Planning Commission meeting on July 22nd. If everybody here can take a seat. Give us a moment to get people settled. It's nice to see so many people out and letting us return to some semblance of normalcy up here. The first item for us is the adoption of the agenda, which we have an updated agenda at your desk. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next item is the approval of the June 24th, 2021 Planning Commission minutes. And again, another copy is at your desk. And we received. Move approval? Okay.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Great. Next item is the recognition of council members. And we've been collecting a list, I guess, as we see everybody. So we'll start with Councilman Hall. And again, you are welcome to speak now or wait and speak when your items come up, whatever's convenient.
Good evening, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think I speak pretty loud. I'm never even turning this. Is it there? It lit up. Okay. Appreciate you guys as always for coming out. I have number 44 on tonight's agenda, and I'll be very brief. This was something that was inspired through watching how Nashville has transitioned over the last 10 or 12 years. Watching the last 3 council terms, members struggle with doing the fact that increasingly as this city has grown and we've changed, council members are doing about 95% of the heavy lifting between developers and the community and working through Nashville Next and things of that nature, trying to determine the direction of their individual districts and the city overall. And so basically one of the things that we've run into that's been a massive problem over that same period of time is not having an accurate assessment of what Metro actually owns in any particular area of the city and or overall. And so what I'm asking is that we start to have a monthly update, being able to track inventory properly of that, of those properties that the city actually owns, and initially go beyond that and have it where the only thing that council members, despite doing that heavy lifting, cannot do is initiate rezones on Metro-owned property. Again, that's something over the last 3 council terms, I'm sure you guys are aware of this, it's becoming more and more increasing problem because with those properties, with what we have to do in terms of working with the community, working with developers, planning for any charrette process, any true vision process, we need to be able to have the flexibility to do the same things that administration, finance, and others have with that property. And so ultimately, it comes to our desk anyway. If someone else wants to initiate or do something with those properties, it will go through the process and it ends up in front of us to determine whether it should be done or not. And all this does is give us the ability to start that conversation much, much sooner and be able to work with communities on those processes and those properties leading up to that point. So, in fact, it's not changing much, but changing everything at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Young.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Item 46 is what I have tonight, and that is actually the second time that it is before y'all. I think last month, 2 meetings ago, we discussed that, and the recommendation was to defer that, and so that was done. A regulatory SP was suggested. That is what the applicants have come up with. We've had 2 meetings with the community. There were 2 different groups that seemed to have some different. One was one neighborhood, and one was another adjoining neighborhood. I have proof that I attended both of those. Well, the proof from one of them is all the chigger bites where we met out in someone's yard. And anyhow, there were some specific things asked for by the Planning Commission and planning staff to be included in that regulatory SP. As far as I could tell, those have been included. the conversations with the neighbors, they were asking for things like buffers and making sure where the primary entrance to the neighborhood would be. Those are all included in that regulatory SP. I feel like everyone was negotiating, if you will, in good faith, and that, as we all know, not everyone in the room is going to be 100% happy, but I think this is a good kind of middle ground to hopefully get a nice neighborhood built in this area. So I appreciate y'all's support. I am in support of the regulatory SP that's before you this evening.
Thank you. And just as a housekeeping item, can I make sure everybody's phones are on mute? I'm getting a little background noise. Next, Councilman Parker.
There we go. Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll just wait for my items to come up, if that's all right. Thank you so much.
Councilman Hager?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How's everybody doing? I've got
Microphone.
I've got 30. How's that? All right. I've got 38 A and B on your docket. This one is between me and Council Lady Evans. At Tulip Grove subdivision, we're split by Andrew Jackson Parkway. I have considered probably the west side, which is on the Hermitage home of Andrew Jackson, that part of Tulip Grove. She has the other side. This is an overlay for contextual overlay and to rezone from R to RS. I have no complaints at all. I've heard everybody that I've talked to is in favor of this. I've done this probably 4 or 5 times since I've been on the council because I had several neighborhoods that did not want the 2 tall dwellings on one lot. There is one person here, I believe, in Council Lady Evans' district that has concerns about it, and I'm sure she'll talk to them, but I wish I could stay, but I got to go to an HOA meeting. So I would appreciate you all looking at this, and I'd appreciate it being passed. I believe the couple here that are objecting to it have already been taken out of the overlay, and they're not. Council Lady Evans is not going to change the rezoning on those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady Evans.
Thank you. Good evening. Councilman Hager summarized, I think, well, items 38 and 38B. I also have item number 43, and I'll just wait to speak on that one when it comes up. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And last, Council Lady Gamble.
Good evening, everyone. I have item 48 on the agenda, and I'll just wait until it comes up to speak. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Anybody, any other council members that we've missed? No. I understand Mr. Jameson is out there somewhere. I don't see you. There you are. From the mayor's office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here on item 44 on behalf of the mayor's office. This is the provision that would alter the current code 1740-060, which addresses who may initiate the rezoning of public property. That has historically allowed 3 entities to do so: the director of public property, or the director of the department that is assigned for that property, or the mayor. The proposed ordinance would eliminate the authority of all 3 and substitute in lieu thereof exclusively and solely the district council member. And our office is, with all respect, respectfully opposed to the proposal. It is certainly acknowledged that the council members have and do the yeoman's task of rezoning on a day-to-day basis. Property owned by the public, however, is owned by all the citizens of the entire county, and the proposal would violate the premise that those responsible for its rezoning should be those who are answerable to the entire county, not an individual district. The council members always maintain an enormous and significant amount of influence over the eventual rezoning. Only a council member can initiate legislation to rezone the property. Individual applications are mandatorily referred to the full council, and the council member has enormous discretion over the fate of that legislation, up to and including withdrawal of the legislation. Our preference, therefore, would be to take no action at all in terms of the code change. If you look at the legislation from all three of our peer cities in Tennessee, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Memphis, all three involve the administration in some extent with respect to rezoning public property. And eliminating that step would cause significant disruptions here. There is a proposal, we understand, that instead of substituting the three with authority and instead inserting simply the district council member, that the district council member be added as a fourth party. And we would suggest that that at least be considered by this commission. We understand the staff report recommends disapproval as written, but at the very least, if you would add the district council member as the fourth party to make no recommendation at all, that is in keeping with the mayor's office recommendations and preference. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council Lady Porterfield, right in time.
Is it this one? Okay, thanks. Can never quite remember which one it is. Thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. There are two District 29 items on the agenda today. Item number 7 has been recommended for an indefinite deferral. And I know I have a lot of my constituents tuning in today, so I just wanted to confirm with you all that this item would stay on the agenda as an indefinite deferral. The other item that is in District 29 is believe it to be number 45. I'm not in support of this item at this time. I've spoken to you guys a couple of times about it now at this point. I have heard from some constituents that have some concerns about this particular project, the proximity to the airport, questions about what's going to eventually go on the site, questions about the capacity of the road to handle another project over there. Since Couchville Pike is a small 2-lane road, the infrastructure is not very strong. There are a lot of concerns about what that will do with regards to traffic and just putting more stress on the road. So I do have concerns about that project, and I'm not in support of the project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, do you want to confirm her request that that item was indefinitely deferred at item 7?
That is the recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will move on to items for deferral or withdrawal.
Hi. This will be lengthy, so I will try to take my time so that we don't miss anything. The following items are recommended for deferral or withdrawal. Item 1A on page 3 of your agenda, 2021 CP 008001, North Nashville Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to August 26th. Item 1B, 2021 SP 004001, 41st Avenue SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. Item number 2A on page 4 of your agenda, 2007 SP 037002, Bell Road, Blue Hole Road SP Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 9th Planning Commission meeting. The associated case 2B, 95P 025007, Millwood Commons PUD cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 9th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 3, 2020Z013TX001, a text amendment related to an owner-occupied short-term rental overlay district. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 4, 2021 SP 020001, Ben Allen Ridge. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2021 SP 023001, North Edge Hill Commons. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 6, on page 5 of your agenda, 2021 SP 025001, the Bowen House at Knollmere Place. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 7, 2021 SP 032001, residences at Lago Bella. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 8, 2021 SP 034001, 12610 Old Hickory Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to withdraw. Item number 9, 2021 SP 043001, Ewing Drive Multifamily. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 10, 2021 SP 044001, Germantown Green. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 11 on page 6 of your agenda, 2021 SP 045001, 2416 West End Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 12, 2020 S179001, In Trust Homes on Paragon Mills. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 13, 2021 S060001, Scruggs Estates. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. Item number 14, 2021 S072001, Mossman Heights Subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 15, 2021 S079001, the Marshall Gale Cowden Cook property. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. Item number 16 on page 7 of your agenda, 2021 S136001, final plat subdivision of the Michael E. Barnes property at 424 Larkin Springs Road. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. Item number 17, 2020 Z119PR001. It's a rezoning for multiple properties in Germantown. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. Item number 18, 2021 Z069PR001, a rezoning request on Monticello Drive. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. On page 8 of your agenda, 2021 S129001, Legends Drive subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. On page 9 of your agenda, item number 27, 2021 Z061PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. Item number 30, 2021 Z070PR001, a rezoning request on Hills Lane. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting. And item number 49, 2004 P013009 on page 14 of your agenda, Mill Creek Town Center Phase 2. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th meeting.
What is?
49.
And 39. Okay.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. I missed one. 39 is also deferred on page 12 of your agenda. I didn't highlight it. I missed it. 2021Z064PR001. It's a rezoning request to RS80 on Newsom Station Road. Staff recommendation is to defer to the August 26th Planning Commission meeting.
And item 27, I might have just misheard. I want to make sure I got
Yes, 27 it was pulled tonight
and deferred.
and to defer to the
Okay.
August 26th meeting.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to read the list back to you and make sure we have it right. Items 1A, these are items for deferral. Items 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22, 27, 30, 39, and 49. Is that right,
Correct.
commissioners? Okay. All right, so we have heard the list of items for with deferral or withdrawal. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second. Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Next item is the consent agenda.
Hi. So there were a number of items on the agenda that for various reasons due to timing needed to be heard on this agenda. But at the time of publication, we had not had any written opposition. So I'm going to run through these items slowly, read them out, ask if there is anyone here in opposition. If there is not, those items will be placed on consent. If there is, then we will hear those items. So please pay attention as I'm walking through these items. Item 31A, 2021Z008TX001. It's a request for an ordinance amending the zoning regulations related to the detached accessory dwelling unit overlay. This is the text amendment, 31A. Is there anyone here in opposition of number 31A? Item 31B, 2021Z065PR001. This is a request to apply a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay for various properties located in Highland Heights. Is there anyone here in opposition to item 31B? That's fine. We'll get to it. Item 32, 2021Z009TX001. This is a request for an ordinance amending the zoning code to modify the maximum height permitted in the RM9A and RM15A zoning districts, to amend the standards that may be varied, and to make housekeeping amendments pertaining to Table 171220D. Is there anyone here in opposition of this text amendment? Item 32 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 33, 2021Z010TX001. This is a request for an ordinance to amend the zoning code to limit animal services as activities permitted as home occupations. Is there anyone here in opposition to item 33? Item 33 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 34, 2006 SP 081008, Davenport Downs Amendment. This is a request to amend the Davenport Downs specific plan for various properties located north of Maxwell Road to delete a condition in the SP pertaining to the construction of turn lanes at the intersection of Maxwell Road and Laverne Couchville Pike, and to accept a financial contribution in lieu of construction from the developer of Davenport Downs. Is there anyone here in opposition to item number 34? Item 34 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 35, 2005 UD 009012, Hillsborough Village Amendment. This is a request for an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code, the zoning ordinance, by amending the Hillsborough Village Urban Design Overlay for various properties located on 19th Avenue South, 20th Avenue South, 21st Avenue South, Ackland Avenue, Belcourt Avenue, Blakemore Avenue, Fairfax Avenue, Magnolia Boulevard, and Wedgwood Avenue, to clarify where ground-level parking shall be lined with office or commercial uses on select street frontages for all subdistricts. Is there anyone here in opposition of item 35? Item 35 will be placed on the consent agenda. We're almost there. Item 36, 177-74P006. This is a request to cancel a portion of a planned unit development overlay district for properties located on Ermac Drive. Is there anyone here in opposition to item 36? Item 36 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 37, 2021 NL 002001, 2400 10th Avenue South. This is a request to apply a neighborhood landmark overlay district to property located at 2400 10th Avenue South, at the southeast corner of Carruthers Avenue and 10th Avenue South, to permit community education and daycare and office. Is there anyone here in opposition to item number 37? Item 37 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 38A, 2021 COD 002001. This is a request to apply a contextual overlay district for various properties located north of Highland View Drive, from Juneau Drive to Baton Rouge Drive, currently zoned R10. Is there anyone here in opposition to item 38A? Item 38A will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 38B, 2021Z066PR001. This is a request to rezone from R10 to RS10 for various properties located north of Highland View Drive, from Juneau Drive to Baton Rouge Drive, currently zoned R10. Is there anyone here in opposition to item number 38B? Item 38B will be placed on the consent agenda. I should mention, too, that being placed on the consent agenda means that there will not be a presentation, nor will there be a public hearing. So I will run back through just the numbers of the ones, just to make sure that everyone understands. It means that they would all be approved in one motion. Okay, I should have said that before. Okay, item number 40, 2021Z067PR001. This is a request to rezone from R8 to ORI zoning for properties located on Ermac Drive. Is there anyone here in opposition of item 40? Item 40 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 41, 2021 SP 039001, 1300 Herman Street. This is a request to rezone from IR to SV for properties located on Herman Street and a portion of 12th Avenue North, at the northwest corner of Herman Street and 12th Avenue North, to permit up to 250 multifamily residential units. Is there anyone here in opposition of item number 41? Item 41 will be placed on the consent agenda. Item 42, 2021 SP 040001, 1301 Herman Street. This is a request to rezone from IR to SP for property located at 1301 Herman Street to permit a mixed-use development. Is there anyone here in opposition of item number 42? Item number 42 will be placed on the consent agenda. I will now go through the entire new updated consent agenda. So please pay attention. If there is an item that you're in opposition to, please raise your hands. I have staff members around the room to keep an eye on it. Okay? Are we good? Okay. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. Okay, the following items are on the consent agenda. Item number 19 on page 7 of your agenda. 2021 CP 009002, the Mid-Gulch Downtown Community Plan Amendment. This is a request to amend the Downtown Community Plan to create supplemental policy for the areas bordered by Dr. MLK Jr. Boulevard to the north, George L. Davis Boulevard to the west, the CSX rail lines to the east, and Broadway to the south, zoned DTC. Staff recommendation is to approve, and I would like to note that Commissioner Haynes is recusing himself from this item. Item number 20, 2021Z007TX001. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the zoning ordinance, to update various sections within Chapter 17.37, the Downtown Code. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 8 of your agenda, 2021 SP 047001, 503 West Trinity. This is a request to rezone from RM4 to SP for property located at 503 West Trinity Lane to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 23, 9471P013, Care Now at 1 Bellevue Place. This is a request to revise the preliminary plan for a portion of property located on Highway 70 South to permit an urgent care facility. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item 24, 13376P004, 15103 Old Hickory Boulevard surface parking. This is a request to revise the preliminary plan and for final site plan approval for a portion of a PUD to permit additional surface parking. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item 25, 2021Z049PR001. This is a request to rezone from IWD to MUNANS for properties located on Hart Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 26, 2021Z056PR001. This is a request to rezone from RS5 to RM20A for property located on Elmhurst Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 28, 2021Z063PR001. This is a request to rezone from RS10 and RM15A to RM15A-NS for properties located on East Trinity Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 29, 2021Z068PR001. This is a request to rezone from SP to RS5 for property located at 1801 Meridian Street. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 32, 2021Z009TX001. This is an ordinance amending the zoning code to modify the maximum height in certain RM districts, to amend the standards that may be varied, and to make various housekeeping amendments. Staff recommendation is to approve with an amendment. That's on page 10. Item number 33, 2021Z010TX001. This is a request to amend the zoning ordinance to limit animal services as activities permitted as home occupations. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 34, 2006 SP 081008, Davenport Downs Amendment. This is a request to amend the Davenport Downs specific plan to delete a condition related to transportation and to accept a financial contribution in lieu. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. On page 11, item number 35, 2005 UD 009012, Hillsborough Village Amendment. This is a request to amend the Hillsborough Village Urban Design Overlay to clarify where ground level parking shall be lined. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 36, 177-74P006. This is a request to cancel a portion of a PUD for properties located on Ermac Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 37, 2021 NL 002001, 2400 10th Avenue South. This is a request to apply Neighborhood Landmark Overlay District to permit community education, daycare, and office for property located on 10th Avenue South. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item 38A, 2021 COD 002001. This is a request to apply contextual overlay district for various properties located north of Highland View Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 12, item 38B, 2021 Z 066PR 001. This is a request to rezone from R10 to RS10 for various properties located north of Highland View Drive. Staff recommendation is to disapprove as submitted and approve with a substitute ordinance. Item number 40, 2021 Z 067PR 001. This is a request to rezone from R8 to ORI zoning for properties located on Ermac Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 41, 2021 SP 039001, 1300 Herman Street. This is a request to rezone from IR to SP for properties located on Herman Street to permit up to 250 multifamily residential units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 42, 2021 SP 040001, 1301 Herman Street. This is a request to rezone from IR to SP for properties located on Herman Street to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, disapprove without all conditions. And under other business, item number 51, new employee contract for Peter Mack Schenk and Samuel Snyder. And item number 55, to accept the director's report.
Well done. That was quite a list. Now we have to make sure we understand it all. So let's go through that one more time. We will not read. We'll just go with the numbers. So consent agenda items, starting with 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 32, 33. Bob and I had a question about 33 is on consent. Okay. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38A, 38B, 40, 41, 42, 51, 54, and 55. Not 54. 55.
51 and 55.
51
Yes,
and 55.
that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Everybody follow that? Everyone okay with this process? Do I have a motion to approve the
Motion to approve.
Okay, any other discussion, questions? If not? Yes, I'll do an all in favor, aye? Aye. Okay, and now, for the rest of us, let's see the items that we will be hearing tonight. Bob's going to do that.
Do you want me to read those, Lisa? I'll see if I got this right. The items that will be heard tonight will be items 31A, 31B, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 50.
That's correct. I have to figure out what's going on with the screen, so just give me a second. But yes, those are the ones
Okay.
we will hear.
We'll give everyone time to get situated. I think it looks good. Okay, so we are starting with item 31A and 31A and 31B, which I guess are two separate presentations. Ready when you are.
Thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Amelia Lewis, and I will be presenting items 31A and 31B tonight. The first item is a text amendment regarding the DADU overlay. The proposed text amendment would amend several sections of Title 17 regarding detached accessory dwelling units, also known as DADUs, and it would really affect the DADU overlay in three different ways. So we'll walk through those on the next couple of slides as it pertains to various sections of Title 17. The first portion of the proposed text amendment would be to modify the definition of a detached accessory dwelling unit, or a DADU. So on the screen is the current definition of a DADU, with the proposed part to be removed, struck through. As currently written, the definition includes several criteria for the establishment of a DADU, including the location in a historic overlay district or unified development overlay, also a requirement for side and rear access to an alley, and a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet. So the proposal would be to remove those from the definition, and therefore removing them from the criteria of how we currently apply DADUs. And this application would apply to DADUs countywide, not just in the specific area referenced in the next portion of the presentation. So the second and third portions of the proposed text amendment would be to apply the existing DADU overlay passed by council in May of this year. So it would kind of define Highland Heights as the proposed study area in the Highland Heights Small Area Plan. And currently, the DADU overlay can only be applied to properties within the urban zoning overlay. The Highland Heights area is not within the urban zoning overlay. Therefore, this language, the Highland Heights area would be added as its own geographic area that is eligible for the DADU overlay. The third section of the proposed text amendment would be to require one parking space for every DADU. And this would apply countywide and not just within the Highland Heights area. So staff has reviewed the proposed text amendment and found that the changes to the definition and parking requirements for DADUs would alter the application of DADUs countywide, which should be a part of a larger discussion that has not been held with this proposed text amendment. The portions of the text amendment applying the application to the Highland Heights area is consistent with the goals of the Highland Heights Small Area Plan. Staff would recommend a substitute to the proposed text amendment to keep the definition of accessory dwelling unit, detached, or DADU as currently written in the code and not include the proposed parking requirement. However, staff would recommend the portion of the text amendment for the application of the overlay to be applied within the Highland Heights area is appropriate based on the Highland Heights plan. Okay, and item 31B, these items are somewhat related. The request is to apply a detached accessory dwelling unit DADU overlay district, which is what was referred to in my in item 31A. Staff's recommendation is to approve a substitute if the previous text amendment case is approved and disapprove if the previous text amendment is not approved. So the Highland Heights area is shown on the screen, which is the proposed area for the application of the overlay. The Highland Heights area is bounded by Dickerson Pike to the west, Ellington Parkway to the east, Douglas Avenue, and East Trinity Lane to the north, which is shown on the screen. So the properties that the overlay would be applied to are shown in gray. As I previously mentioned, in May of this past year, Council approved a DADU overlay, which is shown on the screen. So there are several criteria, including the zoning, contiguity. It must be a minimum of 30 parcels that are contiguous, as well as the review of Planning Commission and Council. So the previous item, the text amendment, 31A, would make the properties in this area eligible for the overlay. So currently, because these properties are not located within the urban zoning overlay, the previous text amendment would open up the Highland Heights area as a geographic area to which this overlay could be applied. Staff recommends a substitute to remove a couple of parcels that are not eligible for the overlay due to their zoning, which we will walk through on the next slide as the substitute. So the proposed area or parcels to be within the overlay are shown in gray. The parcels staff is recommending be removed are kind of shown in the strike through in red, and those are several parcels that are zoned CS, MUNA, and some parcels that are affected with the contiguous criteria. As you're probably familiar, in terms of policy, there are multiple urban transect policies on the site, as well as a more specific small area plan called the Highland Heights Supplemental Policy. The Highland Heights Supplemental Policy included a building regulating plan, which identified types of buildings based on the subdistrict of these properties, and DADU was supported in many of the subdistricts. Staff recommends the substitute to remove several of the parcels as previously identified. This approval is conditional on the text amendment 31A being approved as it opens up the ability for this area to be applied in the Highland Heights area, and to disapprove if the associated text amendment is not approved.
Thank you. So, Councilman Parker, you're the applicant.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Would you like me to speak about this a little bit?
Yes, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't sure if you had a specific question. So kind of the genesis for this was looking at the Highland Heights supplemental policy, the levels of intensity planned in that policy have a wide range, the lowest of which is R1. And even within the R1 subdistrict, it says that DADUs are appropriate. So sort of the lowest intensity contemplated in that plan would be single-family zoning with a DADU. So there really wasn't a way to do that at the beginning of this term. I went to council staff and talked with them about introducing some kind of DADU overlay. They said that Councilmember Allen was already working on something like that, and it was appropriate to just wait for that to be a finished product. Somewhere in the course of Councilmember Allen's work on that, applicability was limited to the urban zoning overlay, which does exclude Highland Heights as it stands. So that created sort of this next thing that I began talking with staff about, and that was to make this text amendment to include Highland Heights in the allowable area for the Dadu overlay. At the same time, there's a lot of Highland Heights that is not 15,000 square foot and does not abut an alleyway. So I would say that we just decided to kind of throw it out there, what it would be to really, really liberalize the applicability of Dadu zoning. And I'll say that I'm really grateful for staff for working with me on that and sort of helping me understand that that's a much maybe greater impact than I had intended with it, specifically what it would have done for some R-zoned areas of the city. So I think that I completely agree with staff's suggestion of a substitute there, and that is, liberalizing or removing those requirements for square footage or alley access that's a much bigger conversation. That's something that I'm happy to be a part of if we decide to get to it. So I definitely agree with the staff's recommendation on 31A. And as for 31B, there are several people here present in opposition to the Dadu overlay being applied to their area. They happen to all be in a relatively contiguous area that, absent the removal of the 15,000 square foot or alley abutment requirement, absent the removal of those requirements, most of the properties would not be eligible to construct a Dadu anyway. So I think we're going to hear from some of those folks, and I'm already supportive of staff's substitute to remove the parcels that they've recommended, and I'm happy to remove the portions. If you're looking at the map, it's sort of in the middle where you see 5th and 6th Street form a bit of a rounded triangle type. A horseshoe. It's a horseshoe. Yes. So it's that, and then there's a large agricultural facility in a non-conforming RS5. So I don't think they would be building Dadus anyway, and they've also asked to be removed, and I'm happy to support both of those requests as well. But I think I'm not quite sure. I don't think I've ever been the applicant on something before, y'all. So I don't know the procedure. Should we do the public hearing? Do you have any questions for me before we get there?
I forgot to open the public hearing, so it's okay.
Oh, no.
I retroactively opened the public hearing, and you are the applicant. I think that we will go ahead and allow people to come up and share their comments, and then we'll, if we have questions for you, once the commissioners start debating, then we'll call you back up.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So since our public hearing is now open, and we're back to normal procedures where we have supporters and opposition together, I will go ahead and ask those that are in support of this item to come forward. And if you're in opposition, we'll wait one moment. Is there anyone here in support of this item? Can you please? Okay. Okay, great. If no one else is interested in speaking, then I will ask those that are in opposition to come line up and since we're all getting used to normal procedures again, you'll have 2 minutes, and please start by stating your name and address.
Okay, my name is Joan Brooks McMurray. I own multiple parcels on the area in question where the horseshoe is. I own 1329 North 6th Street. I own in trust 1324 North 6th Street, so both of those are my properties. While it is feasible for the overlay to be in some areas, it is not feasible when you look at that horseshoe, that's 1300 to 1400 North 6th Street. I own the largest parcel in that area, so if there was going to be a Dadu overlay, I would probably be one of the ones having it, but I don't want one. Also, 1300 to 1320 North 5th Street is the other portion of the addresses that would fall in that horseshoe. There is already a current parking issue on the street with the regular residents that live there. So if you and I were adjacent from each other on the street, we can't have company at the same time because then you can't get through the street. We also, in that area, is according to council, we can't have sidewalks, so we've got a lot of safety issues right now. Even if 911 comes down the street and people are parked on both sides, you cannot pass through. Properties there back up. My property backs up to the Tom Joy subdivision hot houses. All of the properties are backing up to other properties, and there is no alley access there. Not to mention at the top of the hill, we also have properties that are historic. And I don't know if the Planning Commission knows, but up under some of those houses there are tunnels that were used for the Underground Railroad, which we're in the process of trying to get those put on the historic registry. So that's another reason why those overlays would not be probably feasible in that area. And the majority of those properties are sitting on like a 0.17 acre lot anyway. But like I said, my property, because I did buy my mother bought multiple parcels prior to passing, so I own multiple parcels, so my property is a little bit larger than any of the others. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Alicia White. I live at 1304 North 5th. I just so happen to be one of those that live in a piece of property that has tunnels below it. A lot of people don't know that about East Nashville. And the house across the street from me was the great-grandmother of Julian Bond. So I want people to understand, we don't want everything torn down. It's not that we're against progress. It's just down there, we still have kids that play in the street and out in their yards. And if we get all these cars coming in and these kids are trying to play, the next thing you know, we'll be on the news with a child being hit or killed. So I just want to say I'm not against what is going on, but I don't want it in my neighborhood because it's not big enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sam McCullum. I live at 1112 North 6th Street, and I'm opposed to having dadoos in that part of the neighborhood. You've got a lot of property that does not have any access for an alley. Most of those streets are very narrow. I just sold a piece of property at 532 Edwin Street for development, and the development's got parking in the back, but however, the residents like to park in the front. So now you can barely get down Edwin Street. Putting additional people in the neighborhood, because if dadoos were allowed, I can guarantee it 100%, they would want to put Airbnb, which that's, right now we've got an overshare. We have way more than we need in District 5. So I'm totally against adding anything additional for safety reasons, as others have said tonight. We do have children that play. They still play in the street. Don't want to see anybody get run over out there. So just trying to stay safe as we have been for the last 60-some years that I've been there. And I hope that this does not pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
My name is Reinhold Holtkamp, and I'm the owner of the greenhouses north of the Horseshoe over there. We are one of the largest parcel in the area. We have been there for 41 years. The greenhouses has been there since 1878. So it has been a greenhouse operation for a long time. It has been exciting to see all the changes happening in East Nashville over the past 10 years. And having been there for 41 years and seen the neighborhood go through many changes, and I want to compliment the Planning Commission here on all the amazing work that they have done. I'm not opposed to the Dadu overlay, but we are opposed to having it overlay over our parcel of land, and we would like to be exempt from the overlay for the Herman Holtkamp greenhouses over the lands, and also for the Holtkamp property holdings. We would like to be exempt from this overlay, and we are in opposition of that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Peggy Ferguson. I live at 1320 Rosedale Avenue. There's a lot of building around where we live at. Sleep you don't get. They still building houses, racks, Sundays, on Saturdays, all day you can't get no sleep. But I don't have anything to do with that. In our area, we have a big thing in the middle of our street. It's filled up with trash, dirt. We have weeds growing up. I would like to know can it be removed? The weeds are that tall, you can see them. They go up on your taxes. We want our street to look good too. Also, we have people flying up and down our street. The street ain't that long, but they have a good time. And we would like to know, when can we get 25 miles an hour on our street? We come out our street to Mile End, you go up North 6th, 7th, and 8th. Oh, they have 25 miles an hour all across there. Down there across Douglas, they don't have that. I feel that our property is just as good as everybody up on the other side. They're not brand new, but we love our houses. And we've been there a long time, and we want to keep it like that. And if y'all could do something about the speed bumps, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Steve Fuller. I'm at 1306 North 6 in the Horseshoe, as has been stated. The only thing I'd like to add to this, I'm a retired Nashville firefighter, and where we live inside of that area is not even feasible, let alone with no sidewalks, ravines on the side, and we're barely on a one-way, two-car system that we actually could even get ambulance or fire trucks in there. They come through all the time. Even accessing some of these that it was in the back and everything else, the area is really not set up for that at all. It's almost like basically putting all of these things in a cul-de-sac and trying to make it work. So from a public safety standpoint and the neighborhood as well, it's really not a great idea at all to congest this area as much as it's being recommended to be. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition?
My name is Samuel R. Sims, Jr., and I've lived at 1330 Rosedale Avenue for 54 years. In fact, when the house was being built, it hadn't been finished before I bought it. And I feel as though in this area, overlays would not be a good idea when you have to step out of your door and step right into somebody else's door almost 5 or 6 feet from you. And it wouldn't be a good idea for this area. And I ask that y'all consider that. We don't want to be crowded up. And as Ms. Peggy was saying, they race up and down our streets with motorcycles, cars, 60, 70 miles an hour. Somebody is going to get killed if something ain't done about that and put some signs and things over there and some speed bumps very soon. Amen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doris Fuller, and I live at 1306 North 6th Street. I've been there for 39, 40 years. And when this proposal or whatever came up, I think it is a wild idea. I can't imagine even considering anything like this, because for the 39 or 40 years I've been there, I'm a Metro retiree of 37 and a half years from the trustee's office. And when I came to live there in East Nashville, I could afford to live there, and I have been there for 39, 40 years. I have been able to endure all the improvements, great improvements that have come to our neighborhood. But I'm still not understanding how as a taxpayer and a resident of Davidson County, that if those who are not familiar with the area or those that are, once you cross over Douglas in the Horseshoe area, that these things are being recommended. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have street signs. We don't have any of the amenities. And I was devastated to be a widow 3 years ago this month. And when they raised the taxes last year with the 34%, and then we get the new appraisal, my additional went up another $125,000. And I just like Peggy, the other lady said, when you live in a city and you've been here all your life, you begin to wonder, when you pay your tax dollar, why is it that in all the other areas your monies are used to better your community, but not in the area where I live? And I just think it's great for the improvements and to see all these new things come in. I'm sorry, these new things come in. But I just think that this is one of the ones they need to table for a long, long time to come. There are very many other things that need to take place long before someone come up with this one.
Anybody else in opposition? So Councilman Parker, I'm getting my head back. Now, as the applicant, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal or just an opportunity for a rebuttal.
Absolutely. Thank you all, and thanks to everybody for coming out. I really appreciate it. I did want to just, while everyone's here, address a few of the things that were said. Parking issues, we're having those all over the district. I'm generally happy to work with folks on, looking at, can we restrict one side? Can we restrict all parking in some cases? Or can we look at resident only for certain areas? So I'm always happy to explore that stuff for a given block or neighborhood. I really strongly agree with not wanting the existing homes in the neighborhood all torn down. I mean, I think this can be a tool for preservation and allowing some more opportunity for additional housing, but also income for people without rezoning for, say, R6, where you would lose whatever house is there and have it replaced with 2 new builds. This would allow you to retain the house in the front, but still have a little bit more density and opportunity there. This new Airbnb was brought up. This new DADU overlay does not permit Airbnbs in the new units. That's not a possibility here. And then lastly, I am really pleased to say that we've got some traffic calming coming in on at least Rosedale and Montgomery soon. So I hope everyone will look for a notice of a neighborhood meeting to get the final plans for that. We will be getting speed tables, I believe is the correct term, on Rosedale and Montgomery. So there is a little bit of relief coming there. And if there's any questions that the commissioners have specifically about this proposal, I'd be happy to address those as well.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'm sure we will have some questions.
Okay.
This one is complicated because it's two separate items. So we'll discuss them together, and then we'll vote on them separately. But even within that, I think this is somewhat complicated. So I guess, Council Lady Murphy, I was going to ask you if you would like to go first.
I'll go first. Sean, you don't have to stand up there while we do this.
Oh, okay. I'll have a seat. Thank you. Right here if you need me.
Or you could stand up there on one leg and hop and see, just check your stamina. Starting with item.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, we've closed the public hearing.
I need to say one more.
No, ma'am, we've closed the public hearing. I'm sorry.
Oh, I am too, but I did want to tell you something that was important.
Well, perhaps Councilman Parker would.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Starting with item 31A, I want to address a few parts of this, even though the recommendation is to take out the part about the the language around in 17.4.4.06. That was compromised legislation language. I want to really, I appreciate that the staff pointed out that the original legislation that went through the council that I opposed for various reasons, it had been worked out. Council Lady Allen went through a series of community conversations and community meetings to make that language happen and work. And so I am glad that that at least the staff recommendation is to not change that, because we just passed this not that long ago. And furthermore, a lot of the opposition to this legislation that passed at council was from community groups that were not in the UZO. Some of them were in my neighborhoods, and some of them were not, because they said, we kept being told by other council members, and I think we heard it here too as commissioners, oh, well, yes, the Green Hills neighborhood, yes, the Richland West End, they don't want this, but they're not in the UZO. They don't have to worry about it. If your councilman, if you don't want this, then your councilman's not going to do it. Well, with all due respect, Councilman Parker, because I think you've done a great job on council. I've appreciated you being on my planning committee and us working together and through a lot of things. I think this is the exact example of what at least I heard very clearly from neighborhoods across Nashville, that if this is passed, it can be changed. It can be changed in the future, and that it's a slippery slope. And I think the fact that this has come right on the heels of passing the DADU legislation is the prime example of what our neighborhoods were concerned about, that council members would implement this tool outside of the UZO and change the language that was compromised on. So I have very serious concerns about the text amendment, even though it sounds like it's what we would be recommending is just kind of the Highland Heights part. What was loud and clear told to us as a commissioner and as a council member, if you're not in the UZO, you don't have to worry about this. It doesn't affect you. So just support it because we want it in the UZO. Well, part of my district's in the UZO. We didn't want it. It still passed the council. That's politics, right? But here we are doing policy. And I'm actually surprised we are not hearing from the Green Hills Neighborhood Association and some of the other groups that we heard so loudly from about the original DADU legislation about this. So that goes even further to concern me that we are not getting the input that we need to consider it, because this is a prime example of what their argument was against it. Now, on 31B, this might be a staff question that's more of a codes question. Since they are not in the urban zoning overlay, that's correct, right? This area is not in the urban zoning overlay. So how are sidewalks going to be triggered if this were to pass and somebody's building a DADU in their backyard? Will a sidewalk be mandatory, or would they have the option to pay in lieu, or what have you? Do we know that?
You'll have to give me a minute.
Okay, I'll keep going. One of my arguments against the DADU overlay was that this is a little bit of forced gentrification, because I think if you are struggling to keep your home because of the increased property rates that we're all, the property values going on around all of us, and our values are going up, and even if you've paid off your home, but you're going to struggle to pay that increase in taxes, even though we did reduce the tax rate, but I know that values have gone up. If you can't afford to pay your taxes, I guarantee you probably can't afford to build that house in the back that's supposed to be giving you income to allow you to stay in your home. And so my concern is that this is going to put increased pressure in this area where I know for a fact that these neighbors are receiving postcards on a daily basis. They're receiving text messages and phone calls from predatory and harassing developers. Not all developers are bad. Look at it, not all of them bad. The one that I got a text message from this morning asking me if my father was interested in selling his property, those are the developers I'm talking about. And they are going to continue to get harassed if this type of legislation is passed because of the development opportunity here. Older folks or any folks that are struggling financially are not going to be able to sustain the pressure and sustain the rising cost of living in Nashville. I understand that this went through a policy study and that more affordable housing options need to be out there. I am concerned because I know for a fact how many postcards they get, letters they get, and harassing things they get. That pressure, it's wrong, and I feel like we're going to be putting more pressure on this to move folks out of the neighborhood that stay there, because this area is gentrifying rapidly. Along Leashy, the highlighted part where it says Leashy Avenue, on the left-hand side of it, I know the majority of those homes have already become very tall, I don't know the style. I promise, you need to give me a book. I would call them tall skinnies. They might not, they're a little wider. But, and there is a sidewalk on Leashy, but I wouldn't put my kids out and let my kids play in that street. And there's not a lot of parking there either. I'm very concerned that this is, that first, we're taking the legislation, we're not letting it live enough and breathe enough before we change it. And then secondly, I am very concerned that this is going to make it a less diverse area by forced gentrification. And Councilman Parker, I think the world of you on council, but this one just is firing me up because I'm worried that we're going to be pushing these folks out and putting pressure on them that's not appropriate. So I can't support this. And I did not mean to get on my soapbox there. Sorry.
All right.
I had an answer.
Oh,
so there was a question posed to me, and I wanted to make sure that I gave that answer. So the requirement of sidewalks as being triggered by DADUs, they are not triggered by DADUs now. So regardless of if you're in the UZO, a DADU does not trigger a sidewalk because it's an accessory use. And so a DADU would not trigger a sidewalk where they're currently permitted. And so this is no different.
And I think that's another issue here is like, so when we're talking about areas in the UZO and increased density, and we did kind of the mandatory sidewalk thing within the UZO, if this area, we can't even hold their feet to the fire to get the sidewalks that we already can't afford with the Metro, and they're not going to be required to do it, it's just going to compound the problem. So that is a little bit more than.
And that is regardless of UZO or not UZO. It's just DADUs do not trigger sidewalks anywhere.
So we can't even require, that's not something we could even add as a condition of this overlay either. I just can't get that.
No, so for overlays, the standards are essentially set for, it's like the contextual overlay. You couldn't change a certain contextual overlay to have less height. The standards are the standards, and then they're just applied.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So starting with, I want to go with 32B area on the map of the Highland, area. So I was just looking at the map of especially North 6th Street, Horseshoe area. Seems like all these properties are under 15,000 square feet. So could you give me more clear answer about how this do apply to the property smaller than 50,000 square foot?
So the standards, let me start from the beginning. The definition of a DADU includes certain standards related to where DADUs can be built. That existed prior to the creation of the DADU overlay. It did not change with the DADU overlay. Those standards are related to an alley being built, or a property being over 15,000 square feet. There are some other things if it's in a UDO or if it's in a historic district, but the ones that we would be looking at here would be, is there an alley? And if not, is the property over 15,000 square feet? And so those are standards that existed prior to the overlay. And so they still exist with the application of an overlay. And so the filing that was made was to apply the DADU overlay to the entire Highland Heights area. That does not mean that every lot within the area is going to be eligible for a duplex. So in other words, the DADU overlay could be applicable to a broader area, but it doesn't mean that every lot within it could could build a dadu. So the only lots that within the overlay, if applied, that could build a dadu would be those that have a built alley or that over 15,000 square feet. And so it may be that there's a lot of this area that actually could not build a dadu, even though it's within the overlay.
Thank you. That clarifies. So it seems like, if you're looking at the entire area of Highland Heights, it appears all of those are eligible for dadu. But if you really match up with the criteria, especially, let's see, the horseshoe area, only like 3 are larger than 15,000. And then everything else is even less than 10,000 square foot. So this, entire Highland Heights area map is kind of misleading. So to me, applying everything like blanketly applying those, so it might be more helpful which one is eligible for a dadu. And then here comes the question. So overlay, either UZO or, within the UZO, the context was 30, contiguous homes. So that's the, criteria. So if we kind of identify the eligible property within that map, I could think only a handful, maybe less than 10 might be eligible for that. So I would think, just approving that would be premature, 32B for sure. So now I'm going to talk 32A. So I commend Councilmember Parker, if community want those type of dadu, comes from grassroots. And Councilman Parker, yes, we do want this dadu, but we do have hurdle as a UZO. That would be a one thing. But tonight, unfortunately, we heard so many opposition and so many neighbors who has concern about this type of development. So I would think with good intention, but it seems like it does not make the goal what you are aiming for. So this, opening up this dadu in this entire outside with the appropriate area, I think it's just premature to open the Pandora's box right now. So for that reason, I am not in favor of approving 32A nor 32B. 31A nor 31B.
Thank you. I was going to clarify that. Commissioner Tibbs, I'm going to let you go. I'll get really confused.
And I don't have much better words to say than what has already been said. I was thinking the same, but a lot less eloquently. So right now, I'm definitely, well, not right now. I'm also opposed to both 31A and 31B.
Commissioner Lawson?
They say this ain't easy, but yeah. I think the community brought out some standing points about this application. I'm not going to go through a repeat of what Commissioner Johnson said, but I think that she hit all the nerves and the appropriate things that needed to be said, and I'm not in favor of it either.
Commissioner Henley?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, first, I want to say, I grew up in the neighborhood, so I know it very well, and I think a lot of the things I heard are extremely accurate. I want to commend Councilmember Parker for pushing the envelope and bringing something like this to the table because it spurs a lot of things that need to be heard. And I also want to commend my former neighbors for really taking the action and showing up here and making your voices heard. I think it's very powerful. I'm very proud of that, and I think you guys have done a really great job articulating some of the challenges that you have. For me personally, I think, I'll do as my fellow commissioners and not repeat, but I do think it's really challenging to vote in favor of anything when there's so many alterations and presentation changes that have already been accepted versus what we're looking at in front of us. I think that's very difficult also for the public to comprehend. But I will say this, I think that, council member, I think the advice to go and talk to some more of the select groups and maybe some of the other areas or streets may be worthwhile, because I think it is only 30 continuous parcels that are needed versus the larger area of the overlay. Because I definitely do support DADUs. I support bringing more incremental affordability to the neighborhood and across the county and city. But I think right now, with the way that it's been presented this evening and hearing a lot of the feedback, I don't think I'd be able to support it. And I think we should take note of a lot of the other concerns that were brought up as well, and make sure those are taken to the appropriate, AJHs in terms of, the traffic comments. I'm really glad to hear that Councilman Parker's already on that, and we'd just love to see it extended more thoroughly into this neighborhood.
Commissioner Haynes?
So in the last 2 months, I've been called a cicada and predatory. But that's okay. We developers have thick skin. I can't add anything. I think Council Lady Murphy and Commissioner Johnson outlaid this very adequately and articulately. I think this is premature, and so I will move disapproval of item 31A.
That is a promotion, and thank you for noting it's for 31A. Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion to disapprove item 31A? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And next, I need a motion on item 31B.
I'll move disapproval of item 31B.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. That was a good discussion. Okay, our next item is item 43. Yeah, I'm going to let people get situated, and then we'll start item 43.
Good afternoon. Oh.
We're going to have a staff presentation, then we'll have the public hearing.
You want me to sit down?
Yeah, you wait, and then we'll call you up. Thank you. If you don't mind, thank you, Sean. We have a long agenda, so I guess we'll try to keep going. Lisa, item 43?
Sure. So the next item on your agenda is item 43. This is a request to rezone property located on Earhart Road from AR2A to RS20. The lot is approximately 3 acres in size, located on the west side of Earhart Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. The existing zoning of the property is agricultural residential AR2A, requiring 2-acre minimum lot sizes. This is within a pocket of AR2A property that is surrounded by properties that are zoned RS15 across the street and R10 to the rear. And the properties to the west are also within a planned unit development overlay and developed with the existing residential subdivision. The proposed zoning is single-family residential RS20. This is a single-family district that requires 20,000 square foot minimum lot sizes. The land use policy for the area is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Evolving. This is within a broader area of neighborhood evolving that includes properties on the east side of Earhart Road. Additionally, there is an area of T3 NC Neighborhood Center located south and east along Earhart Road. Given that this area, suburban neighborhood evolving areas are intended to create and enhance residential neighborhoods to provide additional housing choice. Staff finds that this proposal of RS20 is consistent with the T3 NE policy. It's consistent with the surrounding single-family zoning pattern. It allows with a density that is more closely in line with the surrounding area, and it allows additional density near a neighborhood center while still maintaining the existing lot pattern of single-family homes. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is the applicant here? Okay, now it's your turn.
Now I'm ready.
Now it's your turn.
Hello, folks.
You'll have 10 minutes and start with your name and address.
Okay. My name is Gareth Cornelius. My wife and I own the property. Tell you sort of what the history of what we did here. The Bridgewater subdivision is behind us. Whenever Mr. Batson and two other builders, Jones and Newmark, were putting their plan through the Planning Commission and the council, Mr. Batson approached me. At the time, I hadn't built my house. It was 3 vacant acres. Mr. Batson came to me. There was a situation came up with the Planning Commission and the council that he needed one more point of connectivity to be able to get the Bridgewater subdivision passed through. I went to his office. He said and gave me a plan on what I could do if I would allow this. I allowed him to put this point of connectivity to the back of my lot. And with what we agreed with, if I do that, in due time I could come get my zoning changed, which that's what I'm here to do today, and be able to subdivide it into other building lots. And so with that being said, of course, it's been I guess 02, 03, whenever we did all this, but now me and my wife are getting old enough to retire, and things change, and so I'm just asking y'all to look at what I'm doing here, and I assure everybody that I'll be a man of my word and do everything I'm supposed to.
Thank you. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal, depending on the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So do we have anyone here speaking in support of this item? Council Lady.
Good evening. I'm Erin Evans. I'm the district council person for District 12. I'm at 5109 Vineyard Point. Mr. Cornelius had approached me probably about a year and a half ago to talk through specifically what he was interested in doing as far as building an additional house. The kind of contentious part of the conversation that has been with our neighbors in Bridgewater has really been the stub street. Nobody likes stub streets. They hate them whenever it's time to start connecting. They're great whenever nobody's connecting to anything, but that's been the concern. So I've supported this process because I feel like it's important to try to keep land that has been in a family. If there's an opportunity to rezone it to help preserve kind of that family staying here as opposed to them selling it off and something else coming our direction, you know, I would like to try to do that. And so that's why I'm here supporting this process. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in support? Okay. Anyone here speaking in opposition? If you guys will come forward, and you will have 2 minutes, and start with your name and address, please.
I am Kate Bruner, 1640 Robindale Drive. My home is right along that Bunting Way. So that's, I'm on one side and Ms. Ledlow is on the other. And we're here because we're concerned about the property, the access to the property is going to be from that direction as opposed to from Earhart Drive. And so all construction vehicles will be coming the way it's set up right now, be coming through that street. First of all, we'd ideally like the secondary dwelling to have everything come from Earhart, not from that side street as the construction is being done, because we'll end up with all the construction vehicles next to us. If that is not possible, then at least, because there is an HOA and there's a strip of land behind my yard, between mine and the back of theirs, that is all HOA. The bare minimum is that they have required to be part of the HOA, because they will be having, and so they have to obey the rules of the HOA at Bridgewater. And also a driveway be built immediately, and that all construction vehicles get put on that driveway, as opposed to everything backing up onto the street. And I mean, we're not completely opposed to everything at all, by no means. We just would like it be done right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ginger Ludlow. I'm at 1700 Robindale Court, so I'm on the other side of Bunting Way. Our main concern, Mr. Cornelius can obviously, we're fine with him building a second dwelling on his property. Our main concern is that he is wanting to use that stub street as a driveway, and then also all the construction. So our proposal is just make that entryway from Earhart. His driveway's on Earhart. There's not a reason that it has to come from that substreet. And so with him using our neighborhood, that's what Miss Kate was saying, like him using the neighborhood and the construction, if he's going to do that, could he be a member of the HOA? But again, ideally, there's no issue with him building a second dwelling. It's just, could he have his entryway and the construction come through Earhart? And basically, Mr. Cornelius is wanting to take the hassle of that and, being able to make it into a rental property. He's wanting to put it on the weight of that and the burden of that on us, the neighborhood, and the neighbors, instead of, taking that upon himself. So we appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else speaking in opposition? If not, if you would, I will allow the applicant another 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Well, like I said, this came from the get-go back before Bridgewater existed. All I'm doing is following through with a deal from a man that's a well-known builder, and this has been a long time in the makings, and that's what I'm following through with what I agreed to with the builder from the start with, that with me allowing the connectivity point to come. He brought in sewer, water, and electrical that's there at my property, that in due time, at this time, is when I would like to be able to use what he has, what's put there for me. And it makes good business sense for me to take an opportunity that worked out this way. And so I would really like to finish up and get ready to retire.
Okay.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Haynes, would you like to go first?
Sure. I think this is fairly straightforward. I certainly understand the gentleman's request. I think that's the reason the stub street was built, to provide for certain future connections. I think the staff has analyzed this very well, so I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Henley?
Yes, I support it as well. I just would encourage, neighborly forward proceedings, right? And, there seems to be a pretty significant amount of land area there, and with a lot of the way construction is happening now, it seems to be a single-family home dwelling, so a lot of it can be concentrated within the site. So I think there's some things that can be done to make both parties or all parties happy, but I support.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson?
I support the staff recommendation. There's not much I can add to that.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. Since this is a straightforward zone change, we as a commissioner cannot condition how to the construction traffic come in and so forth. But I believe a continuous conversation with the council lady and developer and the community, all this inconvenient to the neighborhood will be mitigated. So for that policy and everything, for a reason I am in support of the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. I, too, am in support of staff recommendation. I think this is where we have big subdivisions like this come before us. we'll have some more discussion like it tonight. And this is kind of the, to steal Commissioner Henley's word about incremental density and development. I think this is kind of how it should be done sometimes. It's kind of like a phase 2 or a phase 1.5, and I think it makes sense.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second. Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries. Welcome, Commissioner Blackshear. Okay, that was nice and easy. Item 44.
Hi, everyone. It's Amelia Lewis. Again tonight presenting another text amendment. This time it is a text amendment related to the rezoning of Metro-owned property. The proposed text amendment would make changes to Title II and Title 17. Planning Commission is only required to make a recommendation on the proposed changes to Title 17. So a reminder on the proposed legislation is shown on the screen. The strike-through is what would be changed with the text in the underline. Currently, the code permits the mayor, the head of the department or agency to which the property is assigned, or by the director of public property administration to make changes to rezone Metro-owned property. The proposed text amendment would make it so the only individual able to rezone Metro-owned property would be the district council member. So this item was heard and then deferred after a public hearing at the Planning Commission meeting on June 10th. The Planning Commissioners' discussion focused really on 3 main topics, which we will review and kind of give an update on. So the first one was the history of the proposed text amendment in 2017, which added council members to the list of individuals who can initiate zone change requests of Metro-owned property. Staff was able to go back and review the case history, which is shown on the screen as well. Former council member DaCosta Hastings introduced the proposed text amendment in January of 2017. The item came before the Planning Commission later that month, and no recommendation was made per staff's recommendation in the staff report. The item was on the consent agenda, therefore there was no discussion from the Planning Commission. A public hearing was held at Council on February 7th, and then the item was deferred to March. At the February Council hearing, no discussion on the item was held. And in March, the item was deferred to April, at which time Councilmember Hastings deferred the request indefinitely with no comments as to why. So the second point of discussion that happened in the first meeting in June was a question that was raised about the proposed changes to Title 17 with staff's recommendation to disapprove what would be the impact to the proposed changes to Title II. Staff discussed with Metro Legal after this meeting, and it was determined that if Planning Commission recommended disapproval of the proposed changes to Title 17, it would be considered as a disapproval for the entirety of the bill, which included changes to Title II. And lastly, the topic of including council members to the list of individuals who can request rezoning of Metro-owned property was raised as a possibility. Metro Council could amend the bill to include council members in the current list of individuals who can initiate a rezoning of Metro-owned property. The request to add council members and retain all existing parties, as opposed to removing the existing parties and making the district council member the sole party able to request zone changes of Metro-owned property, is a significantly different request. If the request is amended to only add council members, it should be a decision of Metro Council, given the larger implications to the function of Metro government and the use of Metro-owned property. Based on the conversation from the previous meeting, staff has provided an updated recommendation. Staff finds that the proposed text as filed, removing the agencies currently included in the code to replace only with council members, would negatively impact the ability of Metro government to advocate for Metro, especially in regards to Metro-owned property. If it is the desire of Metro Council to amend the text amendment to include council members to the list, consistent with our 2017 recommendation, staff believes this decision should be made at council level. Therefore, staff recommends disapproval of the proposed text amendment as submitted. And if the Metro Council amends the bill to add council members to the list, staff recommends the Planning Commission make no recommendation on the amendment.
Thank you. We will go ahead and open up the public hearing. I know we heard already from Councilman Hall. Is he still here? I guess not. So I will go straight into opposition and support. Is there anyone here speaking in support of this item? Anyone speaking in opposition? If not, then we'll declare the public hearing closed and we'll go to commissioner discussion. Council Lady Murphy, I'm going to let you start again. This is your area of expertise.
Understandable on this one. So I've actually signed on to this piece of legislation and have discussed with the administration what they characterized. I don't think they said it on the record, but we've talked about that it is a friendly amendment, that we would just be adding the council member onto the list, leaving the rest, everybody who's currently listed, just adding council in as we've kind of discussed before. Councilman Hall has expressed that he is okay with that as well and would accept that as a friendly amendment. We were gonna do it in between when we heard this last, but not all the time. You know, emails get sent up here, didn't get sent from my phone, so it was not filed. So we didn't get the amendment on to get it back here. But our intention is to put that amendment on, and so hopefully that means that y'all will go along with either, you know, with supporting us. Do you want is it a no recommendation or but we don't want you to, I guess what I'm asking y'all to do is I'm committing to you that the amendment will go on, and so that I hope that you will disapprove staff recommendations. Would that be the right phrasing? What do you want here, Lisa?
Sure. So staff's recommendation is to essentially disapprove it as submitted. And if the council were to amend it to add council members as one of the parties, that could initiate to make no recommendation. And so you could go along with staff's recommendation and it would not have a negative impact on an amended bill. An amended bill to add council members as one of the parties would then just have no recommendation, which is still a 21 vote threshold.
Okay, all right. Then what Lisa just said is what I would ask that y'all support Councilman Hall and the rest of us on, because like I said last time, it's important that we get this list of Metro-owned properties as well.
So for clarification, does our motion, I mean, we'll let everyone else participate, but would our motion include all of that, or would it come back to us after that amendment is filed and then we would have a no recommendation?
No, you have a rather lengthy staff recommendation that essentially wraps all of that up, because at the last Planning Commission, when this one was heard, Councilmember Murphy sort of brought up the idea of adding council members as opposed to taking everyone else away. And so we went back and looked, and that was the previous proposal from former Councilmember Hastings. And at that time, your recommendation was to make no recommendation. And so we went ahead and incorporated that into the recommendation so that we could cover all bases.
So maybe because we have such a long agenda this evening, I will see if any other commissioners have questions or comments, or if we're comfortable with following Council Lady's Murphy's request, and then someone can make that motion.
I make motion to disapprove the bill as it written and no recommendation for council amendment.
That is a proper motion, that's it? Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. That helped. If it's okay with you guys, I know we have one really long case coming up, but let's try to get through one or two more and then we'll take a break, if that's okay. So item 45.
I promise other people are speaking tonight besides just me. Item 45 tonight is a proposed SP at 2377 Couchville Pike. The request is to rezone from residential to specific plan industrial to permit a range of industrial uses. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. So the site is approximately 35 acres located on the south side of Couchville Pike, east of the intersection of Couchville Pike and Pulley Road. As previously mentioned, the site is currently zoned R20, 1 and 2 family residential. As you can see from the zoning map, the areas to the north and west of the site are zoned agricultural, residential, and industrial. The east and south are a mix of residential and industrial districts as well. There's a variety of land uses in the area, including industrial, institutional, vacant, or farmland. So the proposed SP is a regulatory style SP. The application was actually filed as a straight rezoning to IWD. The rezoning to IWD on this site would have permitted over 1 million square feet of building area given the large area of the site and the permitted floor to area ratios of the zoning district. It also would have permitted a variety of uses. Through conversations with staff, the council member, and the community, a regulatory SP to limit the maximum allowable square footage and the limit uses were proposed. The standards include a maximum of 500,000 square feet of building area on the site, and the permitted uses in the SP include all uses of IWD, with some exceptions and creating a list of prohibited land uses as identified on the screen. At the time of building permit, demonstration with all standards of the SP, including the square footage and use, as well as compliance with all metro regulations, will be required. So there are two policies on the site, kind of a gray and a green color. So the gray is district impact. The intent of this policy is to create and enhance areas that are dominated by activities that can have a significant adverse impact on the surrounding area. So they are strategically located and thoughtfully designed to serve the overall community or the region, but not at the expense of the surrounding properties. The proposed rezoning from R20 to a regulatory industrial-based SP is more consistent with the intent of this impact policy. The proposed SP permits a range of industrial uses, which are the types of uses anticipated by this policy. Additionally, there are some conservation features on the site, which are indicated by the conservation policy. So really limiting the square footage within the SP is consistent with creating a building footprint that is more environmentally friendly, given the environmental features on the site. Staff recommends the approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item.
Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White. I represent the applicant, and I'd like to ask for 2 minutes for rebuttal in this matter. At the front end, I'll have to say, after being in the same office building downtown for 47 years and staying 315 Dedrick Street, I'm now changing that since we moved in March to a wonderful location at 500 11th Avenue North. So I'll try to remember that when I come down here. With respect to the matter that's here today, I would respectfully submit that this matter has been reviewed by the staff 3 or 4 times, every time the staff has recommended approval. With respect to the neighborhood meetings, we've been dealing with the council lady for about a year and a half. She's been always pleasant, and at the end of the day, we still can't quite figure out what the opposition is. But with respect to the matter that's here before the commission today, we had a neighborhood meeting that was scheduled by the council lady. There was only one person that called in. It was a meeting set up by the council lady. That person was strongly in favor. To this date, to my knowledge, neither my client, not the engineer, not the staff of planning has ever received an objection from anyone other than what the council lady has stated here tonight. But we're active in the neighborhood. The engineer's active out there. We've not had one contact, period. With respect to, again, the matter that's here before you, when the matter first came up, we were seeking a straight industrial zoning. The council lady called us through the council staff and suggested we do an SP. And we did that. We just changed the bill, amended it, and did a regulatory SP, and we defined, in coordination with the council lady and the council staff, uses that would or would not be allowed, which were spelled out in the SP bill. And then we've come down here twice when this matter was on consent. And the day of the hearing, the council lady came down and said she objected to it. And so it got bumped off consent. Your policy was, especially during COVID, you'd get bumped off a couple of meetings. That's just what happened to us. So we got bumped off a couple times. When it came up the last time on consent, it was actually approved on consent. My client and I were here. The council lady came late to the meeting, and she came to the mic and, said, gosh, I wasn't here. And so we just agreed to strike the consent. We asked the commission to go ahead and withdraw the consent and put it back on. But we said, when it comes back down this time, which I think is the 4th time, please don't put it on consent. We don't want to get bumped off again. Just bring it up for a vote. And so we had that very clear understanding. Bob Lehman's here, and I asked him to come out in the hall and be absolutely certain he understood what our position was, and he would come back in here and announce it, which he did. So we're here today. But with respect to the matter, it's at this level a planning issue. And we fully understand the council lady controls this bill at the Metro Council. So if at the legislative level she doesn't want to approve it, doesn't want to pass it, wants to amend it, it's totally her control. But my urging to you today is this is a matter at the Planning Commission level. There's absolutely no reason why it shouldn't be approved here. Move it to the council level, and we've got to deal with the council lady there. She totally controls the bill, and she's in the council for another 2 years. So the bill's controlled by her there. We understand that, but we're asking to move forward at this level. And again, we've heard no opposition from anyone. We've checked with the airport. That was referenced here today. It was referenced the last time we were down here. The airport has clearly confirmed to me they don't have any plans of any sort in the immediate future that would affect this piece of property. So it's consistent with the area. It's consistent with policy. We respectfully ask for your approval today. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Gordon. I'm the applicant civil engineer representing the rezoning. And I only have, I guess, 2 things to add. One being concerns about the potential uses at the site and the amount of space. And working with staff, we determined that we could reduce the amount of space, allowable building space. And so that's part of the development standards, as is the limitations of uses that's put together in the development standards. And then as far as the concerns over traffic and road capacity, we provided a traffic study for this rezoning that's been reviewed by Public Works, and those recommendations are included in the conditions for the rezoning, and that includes left turn lanes at the front of the site, which we expected based on the size of the project, but also includes, according to the wording of the conditions from traffic and parking, development may be required to widen a portion of Couchville Pike to accommodate increased truck traffic. Specifics shall be finalized prior to final SP approval. So we're still subject to potential improvements on Couchville Pike at final SP and site plan review. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Is there anyone here speaking in support of this item? Anyone speaking in opposition? Council Lady?
Thank you all so much. It's me again. I appreciate the words from Mr. White. Thank you for those words. I do think that we have tried to work together on this particular parcel, but we don't quite see eye to eye on what that means. And I just wanted to clarify a few things. We did have one person call in support. We did have one person call in support, and that is a person who stands to gain financially from rezoning of properties to industrial. So this is a person who is also trying to get industrial rezoning on that particular parcel, on that particular street. So they have asked that any industrial rezoning goes forward on that street because they're trying to do that. So I haven't heard any support from our other community members who don't stand to gain. I haven't heard any support for the project. I have heard opposition for the project, though. I'm in very close communication with the neighbors that are in that community, and they have several concerns about how quickly that area is changing. It is an area that is prime for IWD. It is an area that makes sense logistically because it is close to the airport. However, it has moved so quickly. There are a few projects that were previously approved that have just moved really quickly, and the neighbors are having some concerns, and they're just asking that this slows down a bit. There is an infrastructure concern, and I appreciate that this would require updates to Couchville Pike, but Couchville Pike is a very narrow 2-lane road, and if you ever go out there for about 5 minutes, you will see 18-wheelers flying by. There are some safety hazards and safety concerns on the for that particular street, and I know that that is not the fault of the applicant, but the people who live over there are just very concerned that this will add even more industrial type traffic, more 18-wheelers, and put more stress on that particular road. So the neighbors that I've spoken with are very concerned, and they have spoken out, and they've asked that this slow down because, again, they're wanting to know what is going to be the impact to their community. I have stated before that I'm interested in trying to gather more information about a more updated plan for Couchville Pike. Right now, it's been kind of hodgepodge. We have a project here and a project there. Because the area is changing so rapidly, we don't want to look up and we have this huge industrial park or industrial center, and we don't have anything to support it. So I think about the area off of Rosa Parks Boulevard and, all of the industrial sites back there, and they have things to support it. They have updated infrastructure. They have restaurants so that the employees have somewhere to go and get lunch. We don't have anything like that over on Couchville Pike, yet we're continuing to add more and more facilities over there. So I'm not in support of the project. The community members I've spoken with are not in support of the project, and they don't want this to continue until we have an updated plan that gives us, some idea of what this area will look like. The concerns about the airport, with the expansion of the airport runway, it is part of the long-term plan to expand very close to the property, if not on the property, and I don't want to misspeak, but I believe when I looked at it with the planning representative, I believe it was actually on the property, but it was part of the long-term plan. So no, it may not be in the next 10 years, but we don't know when they're going to move forward with that. So again, the community members had concerns and questions. I continue to have concerns, and I will not be supporting this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition? If not, I guess you have your 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Appreciate that. Want to comment that the first time we met with the council lady was about 18 months ago, actually pre-COVID. And in that meeting, she couldn't have been any more cordial and indicated that a lot of the property in the area were going to industrial, didn't really think there would be any opposition to it. And that's been proven to be true. With respect to the request for a long-term study, there is no telling how long something like that would take place, but we've been at every meeting. We've answered everything on the staff. We've met all the conditions. And frankly, I would just say one more time, this is a planning matter at this level. Legislatively, I fully understand the council lady controls the bill. We've got to deal with the council lady at that level via amendment or whatever else, or disapproval. But we are here today on a planning commission issue. I'd urge you to approve it. There's no good reason not to approve it. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing. Normally, the council person has the opportunity to speak after after the rebuttal. So if you have any other comments, otherwise we'll move to commissioner discussion.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. And I just wanted to clarify, I have met with them, so I want that to be a testament of, not that I'm being unreasonable, but in fact that I have tried to work with them to see what we could do, like if there was a way to make this make sense for the community. And unfortunately, I'm here, well, not even unfortunately, fortunately, I'm here to represent the community and do what I believe is in the best interest of the community and follow what my constituents have shared what they wanted. You know, I never pledged support in this project as far as working to get an SP as opposed to straight rezoning. I do let developers know that, you know, if you're looking at a rezoning, we're not looking at a straight rezoning. We'll look at an SP to see if that's something that can gain support. So I wanted to be clear, working with them to get an SP was not a pledge of my support. I never said that I was going to support this. I said that, you know, that was a step to try to get to the support. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to clear that up. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Blackshear, I'm going to start with you.
This is for the staff. The council lady talked about a long-term study and requesting that, and then we heard Attorney White talk about just the length that would take. Can you talk a little bit more about the process and logistics of having a long-term study done?
I think I can speak to that. We did talk to the council lady about going back out to this area and looking at the land use policy, and that is on our radar. We have not yet found a time to schedule it into our work plan at this point. I think we're hoping to do that in the next, 6 months to a year, but we've got a lot of other things that are kind of lined up already. But when we have, we're getting more staff, luckily. Some council did fund us for additional staff with this year's budget, and we're in the process of filling some of those positions. And I think as soon as we're up to full staff, we'll be able to get out there a little bit more quickly. But at this point, I would say in the next 6 months to a year is our hope to be able to get out to this area and take a look at the policy again.
So 6 months to a year to begin the study then, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Right. And I would say this would be a 2 to 5 month study process. I mean, I don't have an exact timing on that, but I think it just depends on the scope of what we look at and how large of an area we're looking at. I know that this area is in a district impact policy, but there's also an employment center policy in this area. And so it depends on how large of an area we end up looking at. I think this area is a little bit more straightforward than the employment center area to the east. So I think it would just depend on the scope. So I would say it's a 2 to 5 month process to look at the land use policy.
So we've heard what the council lady was saying. We've heard it from a number of neighbors all over the county about just things changing too quickly. And so thinking about just the timeline that you gave and what would be something that would be maybe not a compromise, but at least something that's amenable to both sides. If you had, for example, I'm not saying this is where we're going, but if we were to approve this from a planning perspective, obviously no one knows what's going to happen at council, but if we were to approve this from a planning perspective and you eventually were able to begin the study, let's just say 8 months, if something else like this SP came before us in this area while that study was underway, would you make a recommendation on it, or would you kind of ask the applicants to pause it until the study was completed?
I mean, I think we're reviewing things under the current land use policy right now, and we're working closely with Public Works to look at each one on an individual basis to see. Sometimes it depends on how large of an area is being requested for rezoning, but like with this one, it's a regulatory SP. We've worked with Public Works to limit square footages. There's been several recent rezonings along Couchville Pike where we've done a similar sort of process with reviewing those. They have come in with straight rezonings to IWD, and that would allow for a whole lot more square footage than what we feel like this Couchville Pike has the capacity to handle. I mean, each of the rezonings also includes improvement recommendations or infrastructure improvement recommendations. So we're trying to balance that the policy is what it is in this area, but there needs to be sort of a scaling back of some of the allowable uses and square footages with each rezoning. And so we've worked closely with Public Works to try to balance those recommendations and try to find what we feel like the road can handle in terms of capacity with some improvements that go along with each rezoning. So I think that's what we've been doing to date, and I think we can continue to look at the policy and see if there's different policies that need to be in place. We've also talked to TDOT about the future Harding Place extension that will come through here, potentially. That's been on the books for quite some time. TDOT and Metro, I'd have to go back. I don't know the exact details on who acquired the right-of-way. If the Harding Place extension is TDOT right-of-way or Metro right-of-way, I can't remember, but there is right-of-way in place, and now I think they're at the point where we're getting toward the end of that process where TDOT's going to have to look at whether that gets built or not. And there's a process that needs to be looked at, and we need to talk to the airport authority about their future plans to see if there's any conflicts today with their future plans and where that Harding Place extension right-of-way is located. So there's several things that we can do when we look at this policy area. I think that would be one of them. I think the Harding Place extension would be sort of a relief valve for the traffic on Couchville Pike. But that would be, we need to sit down with TDOT and find out more information about that and whether that can go forward or not.
That was really helpful. Thanks, Bob. I think the council lady's suggestion for the SP was really helpful. I think the plan was able to be more narrowly tailored to fit the area. I do think, and the applicant mentioned this, that development of the street Couchville Pike may be necessary to accommodate the increased traffic, and it's very, Council Lady's point is very well taken about just the traffic and the 18-wheelers in particular being a lot for the neighbors over there to handle. So I would be in favor of the staff's recommendation of approval with conditions. I am heartened to hear that there's a plan for the Couchville Pike area, so we hopefully will have some good information that comes of that. And hopefully we get those results sooner than later and make sure that when we are thinking about this area for any future applicants that we take that into consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner Tibbs.
Start off, yeah. I feel like as well that this is pretty consistent with how policy would be in the area. And two, like, because of the concerns the council lady has, I do think with an SP, maybe there is an opportunity to, if there's any concerns that could be actually put into it to, to vary it, since it is an SP and it's something you can actually work with more instead of a straight zoning. So I do think that was a better route to go for sure. But, just based on the neighborhood and where it is, I think it's actually probably appropriate the way it's going, and obviously you have opportunity to tailor it more as it gets to council. So I'm also with staff recommendation.
Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. I'm not sure if staff can answer this question. I try to think of these questions just to see if you're prepared or not, or if they're just totally out of outer space. How many, Council Lady Porterfield, referred to and insinuated that there have been several rezones along Couchville Pike. We've had a lot of rezones come through over the last 2 years. So how many have come through recently in similar fashion for IWD and or similar type of going from, because this is R20 and I can't imagine wanting to live that close to the airport. But like, how many other rezones have we done recently?
So this is a zoning map, and you could sort of see as you move east on the map, you can see areas of IWD. This doesn't show the full extent of it. There's maybe one more property after that one that has been rezoned to IWD. And so the one with the 4 sort of long skinny has been there a little bit longer, but the others are a little bit more recent in the past few years.
So almost like 2-3 years?
Yeah, I can get you exact dates. I'm just going to have to click on all of them.
You can just,
But in the past
average.
several years, yeah.
Okay.
And so we have been NDOT looks at traffic as applications come in for building permits on straight zone changes. And then with this one as an SP, they actually have done a TIS already. And conditions are included in your staff report related to that TIS, the traffic improvement study, or traffic impact study, sorry. And so the other ones have had studies done at various points. I can click around and sort of get a general idea of when that was, but you can sort of see the IWDs on the map.
I just kind of wanted to get an estimate of like if all of those were in the last 2-3 years or not. So, it's been brought up that potentially the airport might want to expand this way. And my thought process is when the airport wants to expand this way, they've got options to buy the property or use eminent domain that they've used before. So I'm not really sure that that's necessarily one of our concerns about what the airport's property is. I mean, it's not, my neighbors rezoned, their house and I wanted to buy it. And they, we gotta, we can't worry about necessarily other people's plans to expand in that way. That's private property issues. And that's up to the airport and the property owner, I feel like. And then my concern is, I like that it's a regulatory SP. I think that gives Council Lady Porterfield a lot more ability to add some more conditions potentially moving forward to her liking or to appease the community. This has come before us since April, so we're going on 4 months. I am concerned that we have a lot of plans in the works, and it could be a while, whether it be 6 months or 8 months, but those plan processes take even longer. And my concern is that if we've approved and rezoned and the council's approved and rezoned other IWDs in this area, my concern is that if we turn this one down, or even if the council turns it down, the concern is that we're not being fair. Why are we basically putting a moratorium on this owner or the RS20 if they wanted the next door neighbors or the other neighbors? I don't think that we should be, to me it seems like we're almost putting a moratorium here when we have allowed other things to go through, and I don't think it's fair to not let the property owner develop their property in this way when it meets policy. So I understand that the community has some concerns, but I think that they could be addressed through NDOT and through other conditions, potentially for ingress or egress. But it's just hard without knowing from specific neighbors what their specific concerns are. So that's my concern, is that if we don't approve this, that we are basically taking away the private property rights of this property owner.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a property, very interesting property, because base zoning is R20. However, the policy on top is district impact, and immediately adjacent property is owned by Metro Airport. So to me, looking at the larger area, it makes sense for this, SP. Even IWD, I thought it would be appropriate, but I do appreciate this regulatory SP. So, like Council Lady said, and Commissioner Tibbs said, if a community feel more restrictive, they can add restrictive uses on that, regulatory SP. But I think, larger point, looking at the location and a policy, I think staff recommendation makes sense. I'm in support.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson.
It's interesting to note that there is a building consensus among our fellow commissioners, but there's some confusion in there in terms of what the staff is planning to do in the area and what impact that would have on this type of application, Bob. Are we at a point where this one, where it looks like it should be approved, or maybe postpone that decision until we get more feedback from the staff on the development of the area?
I think we're comfortable with this one because it is a regulatory SP, and we're recommending approval because it is a regulatory SP and it has some limitations on it. I don't know that we would be comfortable with a straight rezoning, given some of the road capacity issues. However, we are committed to going out and looking at this area and the policy in the future to see if there's any tweaks or updates that need to be made. But at this point in time, we are comfortable recommending approval of this one.
Thanks, Bob. I guess at this point, I would propose approving the staff recommendation.
Mr. Hunley?
Well, first, I really like Lisa's interpretation of a TIS. I think a traffic improvement study is what we should definitely aim for. But in a more serious matter, I think a lot of the points that were brought up, the council member is empowered with a lot of authority already, and even more so with the SP process. And I think, the ability to model what potential improvements could happen along Couchville. I think you have an opportunity to build a great advocate relationship with this property owner, particularly the fact that they've already agreed to go through with the SP process. And I didn't really hear any clear objections or additions to what was already recommended by the staff. I mean, so with that in mind, I think recommending that it's approved, knowing it's just regulatory and that they will have to come back before our staff to really finalize a site plan, I think gives a lot of additional input opportunity for the council member. And in that time, I think a lot more information can be gathered from the community as well as from our staff. So I would recommend moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Haynes.
So I'll try to close this out. I would caution, if we do end up studying this area for other future projects, the Harding extension has been talked about for 35 years. We need to be careful including that in any panacea that's going to solve traffic in this area. I think the regulatory SP is the tool that really helps me get comfortable limiting the size, limiting the uses. If you think about the areas in downtown Nashville that are getting redeveloped, most of those are old warehouses, and we need more warehouse uses, and this is a perfect spot for it. So with that, I will move approval of staff's recommendation.
We have a second. Any other discussion on the item? If not, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that it's 6:40. Perhaps we should take a short break and then reconvene. I think we still have 4 items to go, but it'd be good to take a short 10 to 15-minute break. For your patience, we're going to pick back up again with item number 46.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Logan Elliott with the Planning Department. I'll be presenting item 46 on tonight's agenda. The request is to rezone from RS10 and R10 to SP zoning. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions, including an additional traffic and parking condition that I'll read at the end of my presentation. The zoning for the site is RS10 and R10. The application includes 4 parcels that comprises approximately 55.28 acres at the northeastern border of Davidson County, adjacent to the satellite city of Goodlettsville. The site is frontage onto Liberty Lane and People's Court, both public local streets. Liberty Lane connects down to Gallatin Pike about half of a mile to the south by passing under Vietnam Veterans Boulevard and an associated off-ramp. The site is currently vacant with overhead electric lines running east and west on the site. The Mansker Creek runs across the very northern portion of the site, and resultingly there's floodplain and floodway on this portion of the site. The site is generally flat and slopes downwards as you move north on the site towards Mansker Creek. There's very limited instances of steep slopes. The Windsor Green subdivision in Goodlettsville abuts the site to the north, and to the south of Vietnam's Veteran Boulevard is Gallatin Pike with a more intense commercial district. Policy for the site is suburban neighborhood evolving, which intends to create and enhance suburban residential neighborhoods with a diversity of housing, improved pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular connectivity, and moderate density patterns. The conservation policy here recognizes very limited areas of significant slope and floodway and floodplain buffers. At the June 10th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, the commission heard this case and ultimately deferred the item 2 meetings to allow time for staff to further research additional information, to explore potentially doing a regulatory SP, and for the applicant to conduct additional community outreach. The issues that were raised by the MPC are shown on the screen here, and I'll respond to these in the next few slides. The applicant has held additional community meetings and has proposed conditions for this application in an effort to address concerns that were raised at these meetings. Staff finds that a regulatory SP is the most appropriate tool for conditionally rezoning this property, and that the proposed conditions are appropriate conditions that aim to mitigate the impacts of future development. The standards of this regulatory SP that are shown on the screen, I'll read them now. 1, uses within this SP shall be limited to all uses permitted by RM4. 2, the maximum FAR shall be limited to 0.4. 3, the maximum ISR shall be limited to 0.6, which is the impervious surface ratio. 4, primary access shall be drawn from People's Court and secondary access from Liberty Lane. This will be controlled using signage, development, entry features, traffic calming on Liberty Lane if approved by Metro Traffic's engineer. 5, a survey will be completed to identify and preserve historic and environmental features on the site. The survey's findings will be provided to Metro staff with the final site plan application, and preservation of any identified features will be coordinated with Metro staff, including Metro Historic. 6, there shall be a minimum of 15% open space. 7, existing trees are to remain along perimeter property lines with a 20-foot easement, within a 20-foot easement. If townhomes or other attached homes are placed along the perimeter of Windsor Green subdivision, then the existing trees shall be protected within a 40-foot easement. 8, a traffic study shall be conducted with the first phase to identify and make any recommendations to correct roadway width deficiencies and intersection improvements. 9, all development within the boundaries will comply with the American with Disabilities Act. The additional information that staff looked into, planning staff worked with Metro Historic staff to confirm that this site is not believed to be the location of historic Mansker Station. The site wall that exists along the Windsor Green subdivision is the only known potentially historic resource on the property. The applicant has proposed the historic survey that I just mentioned, and these findings will be shared with staff, and the preservation of any features will be coordinated with Metro staff. The status of People's Court was discussed at the last meeting, and staff has researched this and confirmed that this is substandard right-of-way that has been physically barricaded by Metro to prevent illegal dumping activities that have been occurring on property back here. This barricade could be removed or relocated if People's Court was improved to provide access to the site with future development. Planning has also confirmed the fire code requirements and confirm that the information that was presented at the last meeting was accurate, that a maximum of 200 multifamily units that included sprinkler systems could be constructed on this site with the existing access situation. And staff looked at the remainder of the property in this area, which is currently zoned R10, and this property would be subject to the subdivision regulations with any future development, and that the number of units that could likely be realized back here would likely trigger a traffic study, which would in turn analyze the road network and identify any necessary improvements. Staff's analysis of this regulatory SP, the policy here again is neighborhood evolving, which aims to enhance suburban neighborhoods. The requested regulatory SP would provide for a development pattern and scale that is consistent with the suburban neighborhood evolving policy. The requested zoning permits a similar number of units as what the existing zoning could likely realize, so the maximum development potential is technically being reduced with this request. The site's ability to create a public street network on the site is limited by a variety of factors, so staff supports the use of private drives within the site to serve this development. Additionally, Metro Public Works, or NDOT, has analyzed Liberty Lane and People's Court and has determined that these streets have the capacity to accommodate the potential number of units that could be realized on the site. And here I will read the additional condition that is being added to the application, which staff recommends approval with conditions, including that Liberty Lane shall be widened to a minimum of 21 feet from the northern limit of the project frontage down to Gallatin Pike. Curb and gutter or shoulders may also be required after coordination with NDOT, and that roadway plan shall be included with the final SP submittal. Thank you. That completes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. The applicant here.
Thank you, Chairman Farr, former Commissioner Chairman Lawson, and current Councilmember Murphy, and staff. I appreciate it very much. I'm Roy Dale, 518 Heather Place. Logan, you did a great job. You didn't leave anything for me to say, quite honestly. At the prior meeting, the Planning Commission gave us specific direction, and the staff has indicated exactly what the commission was looking for. And so this has been revised to a regulatory SP. The staff may talk to you about it. I think this is actually at the council level. It's an RM4, so I'm not sure if you have to vote on that and vote on this as well. But we have filed for an SP, so I assume the council member will substitute that. We had two community meetings. The council member was here previously to talk about that. And those community meetings went fairly well. The items that you ask us to address are actually expanded just a little bit based upon the input that we received from those meetings. And I think that the council member is certainly satisfied with that. And we're satisfied with that. I believe Commissioner Johnson had requested the regulatory SP, as I recall, and that's exactly what we're doing. And I think staff feels like that's appropriate, and therefore they're recommending approval, and we'd hope that you would do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here speaking in support for this item? Anybody speaking in opposition? If you will come forward and line up so that we can keep you guys moving. You'll have 2 minutes each, and please start with your name and your address.
My name is Luke Maddox, and I'm a resident of 236 Liberty Lane. At the June 10th meeting, I spoke in opposition of this application, citing a lack of community involvement in the process up to that point. I greatly appreciate the efforts made by the applicants and Councilman Young since then. However, there are 3 amendments I would like to see made to the SP as it has been presented before their project would have my support. Amendment 1 regarding Article 4 of the SP document, the access points. There is a significant concern among the residents that an access point at the dead end of Liberty Lane will bring an increase in traffic that could have a significant impact on the residents whose properties lie past People's Court, especially those immediately adjacent to the dead end. I would respectfully ask that the Commission include in the SP a clause stating that if the access point at the dead end cannot be avoided, then this access point will be for emergency use only, and that the applicant will show that every effort was made to pursue this option. Amendment 2, Regarding Article 7, the tree easement, this article is important to the existing residents as it would help to preserve the private nature of our communities and also because the existing vegetation provides a buffer against the noise created by Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. While I appreciate the addition of this clause by the applicant, I believe it should be revised to eliminate future confusion and dispute. Specifically, I would like to see the word trees replaced with the word vegetation. Much of the barrier created by the existing flora in this easement comprises understory plants. By limiting the regulation imposed by the SP to trees, the developer will be allowed a leeway that could result in removal of a significant percentage of what the residents hope to preserve. Amendment 3, also regarding Article 7, I request that the condition concerning attached houses be removed and the article simply mandate a fixed width easement of 40 feet along the boundaries of any existing residential properties. Leaving a clause like this open for subjective interpretation, all of which would be done by the developer, seems both dangerous and somewhat purpose-defeating in a regulatory document of this nature. As the applicant has already cited a willingness to provide 40 feet through the inclusion of this clause, mandating a 40-foot minimum does not seem like a major departure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for any consideration of these requests.
Thank you.
Do I press a button?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, my name is Denise Martin, 108 Corbridge Court, Goodlettsville, Tennessee, and Windsor Green neighborhood. I've been there since 2002. Many of the neighbors on my street have been there long before me. I would like to say whatever he said, I agree with. And I also want to say that Windsor Green neighborhood is in a delta between I-65 and Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. We're a quiet, peaceful neighborhood, and you could sit on your back deck with, you know, your glass of lemonade and enjoy the time. Now, because there's been a recent development on the I-65 side of our neighborhood, you hear the rumble of trucks. And I'm anticipating, without a buffer zone more than 20 feet, as the developer has suggested, that we will have, it will just sound like we are just sitting in the middle of I-65. So I agree with the previous speaker that we really need to have a larger buffer. And we'll also talk about the Mansker Creek, and I see my time, I've got 41 seconds, so please, what I would ask is that you very carefully think about what it is that our neighborhoods needs to be. They're talking about doing all those attached buildings that are right next to Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. It makes me worry about what those will be. And, you know, we've had flooding from the other developments near us. We expect that if there's more development, we're going to have flooding from them as well. And a major construction project would be flowing near the Mansker Creek neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Others speaking in opposition?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Teresa Parsley. I live at 111 Cambridge Court, which is in the back of Windsor Green neighborhood. And I'm just going to make a couple of points about the stormwater issues, which have been brought up before. There's a recent development across from Conference Drive that dumps rivers of muddy water into our community every time we have a rainstorm. It doesn't say that this happened. This does not say that that would happen because of this development, but we're asking that you be especially vigilant regarding the stormwater matters. With it coming from multiple directions, we can see we have great risk in Windsor Green because of the lower elevations. With the density of this development, the areas of vegetation that once absorbed water will be turned into homes, driveways, and parking lots. We understand there are standards, but we would like to see special attention to the water control in this development. The city of Goodlettsville just completed a large erosion project, which amounted to approximately $800,000 concerning the current runoff into Mansker Creek before this development even happens. And in addition, I just want to say that we ask that you just not allow the minimum standards here. The people who live here are relying on you to assure that our homes are protected and that the integrity of her community is preserved. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Teal, and I live at 107 Digby Court. Thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns about the zoning and development of our neighbor's property. I want to echo others in saying that it's not our intention to stop development. We support thoughtful and responsible development. My wife, daughters, and I have lived in the Windsor Green neighborhood for 28 years, and we're grateful and blessed to live in a very diverse community of neighbors. We walk every day with our black, brown, and white neighbors who speak Spanish, Hindi, Japanese, and even people with exotic LA accents. I mean lower Alabama. We are also grateful to live in a part of Davidson County with a rich history. As you know, Goodlettsville is home to the historic Bowen Campbell House at Moss Wright Park, the plantation home of William and Mary Henley Bowen, built in the 1780s. It's also the birthplace of Tennessee Governor William Bowen Campbell. Zach Young knows that several archaeological digs confirm the presence of indigenous people on Mansker Creek. State archaeologist Dr. Aaron Dieter Wolf described these peoples to me as Middle Cumberland, Mississippian peoples, and they had a village and sacred burial ground on the creek from 1000 to 1450 AD. There's evidence of other native persons living there as far back as 6000 BC. Now, on the boundary of our properties in the proposed rezoning area, there are more than 1,000 feet of what are often called slave walls. This is sometimes a misnomer since many of these dry stack walls were built by English and Scottish immigrants. However, in this case, it is very likely that these walls were built by enslaved people working with immigrant stonemasons. Stonewall expert from England, Martin Beavers, told me he guesses this wall was built between 1800 and 1830. We're working with Scarlett Miles at the Metro Historical Commission and other experts like Dr. Carol Van West at MTSU to plan how to best protect this wall's integrity and remember the people whose hands that actually built it. We actually know some of their names, like Laban, a young enslaved African-American who labored on this plantation his entire life. Laban's hands likely helped build these dry stack walls, so we're asking for your help, and we would like to see a common sense buffer of 75 to 100 feet, like the ones virtually all our other neighboring developments have created around us. Thank you for helping us protect and preserve this area.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Kent, and I live at 125 Cambridge Court, Goodlettsville. I'm also the official representative from the Homeowners Association, so I believe I did send in something earlier today requesting the 5 minutes. So.
Hey, Lisa, did she said she requested 5 minutes? I'm sorry, it's okay.
That's okay. I may just take more than 2, but I won't be 5.
Okay.
So.
Thanks.
All right. So as the president of the Windsor Green Homeowners Association, I, along with board members and neighbors, have come here tonight asking for your help. You know, you have heard about the many water, flooding, and erosion issues that we continue to have when development comes in around our neighborhood and the concerns we still have. You have heard our request for a larger buffer and why it is a concern for our residents. You have also heard about the historical significance of our area, the rock wall that runs on our property, and the importance of protecting what has come before us. Other concerns of ours is the fact that no plan has been generated for this property. You know, when we spoke with Mr. Tarver and Mr. Dale, they could not give us lot sizes, home sizes. They had no idea. So we also asked Mr. Tarver to give us an example of a residential property he has built. He has never built a residential property. So that was obviously of much concern to us. I'd also like to add that we have over 120 homeowners here represented by paper saying, you know, that they are concerned about this development as well. So my question is, how can you help us? How will you help us? We need more than what we are seeing here tonight. You know, we did meet with them. it was a congenial meeting, but basically none of our concerns were specifically addressed. Everything we asked for was really not, they put a few things in there, but not really what we feel like is appropriate for this development. All of these 120 homeowners that I'm representing here have said they are for development, but they want it to be thoughtful. They want it to be proper. So we are asking you tonight to please help us with that. That is what we need from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Wainwright, and I live at 236 Liberty Lane. First, I'd like to sincerely thank Councilman Young and Mr. Dale and Mr. Tarver for hearing our neighborhood's concerns and coming to speak with us. However, I would like to oppose the current regulatory SP as currently written because of what I see as some ambiguous language that I would like clarified before I could support it. First, Article 7 calls for a 40-foot vegetation or tree buffer to remain for Windsor Green, but only a 20-foot buffer for the homes on Liberty Lane if attached homes are to be built along the property line. In the interest of fairness and tree preservation, I request that the 40-foot buffer apply to both Liberty Lane and Windsor Green, and that it be required whether the new residences are attached or not, if possible. Second, the regulatory SP calls for the primary access point to Liberty Hill be via People's Court and secondary access through Liberty Lane near its current terminus. I would request that the SP clarify that the secondary access be for emergency use only by the future residents of Liberty Hill. I would also like to add that the Tennessee State Historical Commission has come out to the property and looked at this dry stack stone wall that's been referenced by a few people, and they are currently looking into it as a feature that might be associated with the Bowen House. I don't know what their timelines are on reviewing things like this, but it is something that I've been in communication with them about, and they are interested in it. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking in opposition? If not, you may have your 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I think the way the regulatory SP is written should handle these concerns. Beyond that, as you know, as we develop properties, we cannot emit any kind of greater stormwater than currently exists. And many times we can improve it. These are not minimal standards. In actuality, Windsor Green will probably have higher density than this development, and there's no buffer from Windsor Green to this development. Under the current zoning, there would be no buffers required. So the fact that they would preserve 25 foot of existing vegetated buffer is pretty significant, and I hope that you would consider that. I would encourage you to support the Planning Commission staff's recommendation and the council members' request that this be approved. He can always clarify some of this language at a council level. There will be another public hearing. So he'll have an opportunity to do that. Anything that he does will become more restrictive, which would not require it to come back to this body. So again, I think that we've done what you asked us to do, and maybe a little bit more, specifically what you requested us to do. And I would hope that you would follow the staff's recommendation and the council members' endorsement of this and recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm just making sure Councilman Young is not still here. Is he?
He had a Goodlettsville City Commission meeting.
Okay. He spoke in the beginning, right? Okay. Okay, with that, we will call the public hearing to a close, and I will put Commissioner Tibbs on the spot.
I do think it's obvious that there were a lot more conversations because it was a different meeting last time. So I do appreciate that there was some more meeting. And because of the type of SP, because it's SP, I do encourage more conversation with your council person to get, especially some of the things that you brought up, some of the amendments. I think maybe one of the things that Roy said may actually take care of it, about the vegetation, but I wasn't sure. But still, your council person can help with some more of those specific languages that you need. However, I did have one thing. Last time we talked a lot about access. Was that, I don't know if I should be asking you about that. Was that all, more, that, but it wasn't brought up this time by the neighbors. Was that more taken care of, or was there any more development on that?
So the regulatory SP has a condition to limit or to have the primary access be taken from People's Court. As you look at the area that's back here, setting up People's Court to provide access to the remainder of these parcels would make sense from a street network perspective. So the SP here is going to have the primary access taken from People's Court, which would limit the impact on the existing units on Liberty Lane. So I think that condition speaks to the access situation that previously when we were looking at an RM4 zoning district, they've got frontage onto both Liberty Lane and People's Court. And with the base zoning district, we don't have any assurance to where that access would necessarily be taken from. So this SP does give some assurances about where the primary access would be taken from.
Okay. I remember that was a big conversation and it wasn't brought up this time. Yeah, I'm willing to listen to more, but it feels a lot better than it did last time. And the access, I remember, was one of the ones that I was more concerned about.
Councilor Lady Murphy?
Thank you. It does sound like a lot of the concerns we heard last time have been addressed, which makes me feel better about this. And I think that shows that Councilman Young took our advice seriously and having some more community meetings and going after the regulatory SP. I wanted to ask just a few things. The traffic calming on Liberty Lane, do we know what that would be or anything? Who's going to determine that and when?
So typically with any sort of traffic calming, there would be consultations with NDOT in regards to what is appropriate. So there are some things that people, that we hear from citizens like speed humps, and that's just not a form of traffic calming that is actually utilized. And so there are appropriate types of traffic calming, so it's typically would be through discussions with NDOT about what would be appropriate in this specific location.
So NDOT would determine that and the developer would the constructor pay for that?
Yes, I mean, yeah, they are indicating that traffic calming, if approved by the traffic engineer, so they would be working with NDOT to determine if traffic calming is appropriate, and if so, what type of traffic calming would be installed.
Is that something that is going to be done before all these homes are built or after? Because like in my district, at least, I usually try to wait until we know we can get the data of a development, whether there's a problem or not. My concern is they get speed humps and they realize they don't need them or want them later on. So would that be done before or after?
I think it would probably be studied with the submittal of the final site plan. For the community, it likely wouldn't be speed humps. I don't think that NDOT even actually allows those anymore. And so it would likely be done with the submittal of the final site plan.
Okay. And then the historic and environmental feature, the study to identify those and things, I want to make sure, does that language need to be clarified that needs to be done before any work is permitted on this site?
So it's tied to the final site plan, and the final site plan is one of the preliminary steps, and that is prior to any sort of grading or building permits. And so you would have to actually get through that step before you can do the other things.
Okay, good. I just didn't want any oopsies on that. I think that covers that. Oh, in the easements, in the 20 and 40-foot easements, would they be able to build walking trails through there? Or is it strictly forested easements?
I believe the intention would be for it to be undisturbed. And if you wanted it to be undisturbed, you could add language that it remain as undisturbed.
I think that's probably something that Councilman Young should take up at the council. So I think that we've checked a lot of boxes here, and I think it's time to send it on to Councilman Young and the rest of us.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. To the staff, have clarifying question. So the primary access is now People's Court. And as I understand, there is existing TVA power line running from west to east or east to west, whichever the case might be, parallel to People's Court. So TVA will allow the access under the power line. So is this confirmed?
Yes, roads can be built under TVA lines.
Okay. And also, could you give me a little bit of clarification about the Liberty Lane? It says widening, so I don't see any problem widening, where this proposal or two parcels. What about the southern portion of the Liberty Lane? How does it treat it?
So the recommendation by the Traffic and Parking Division is that Liberty Lane would be widened fully to the extent of Gallatin Pike. So it would be all the way to the south under the underpass where it ends at Gallatin Pike. So it would be essentially the complete length of Liberty Lane that would be widened to 21 feet.
Okay, so the cost of the widening, that would be due to development? Okay, great. So the question, or rather request, was brought up, Liberty Lane being emergency exit or access only will be preferable. Is there any consideration or a report from the Public Works or Traffic Department?
So it was reviewed as presented with two vehicular access, with the primary access being at Liberty Lane. It would likely be that we could consider that with the final site plan. I mean, that would have to also be a discussion with NDOT as well as the fire department in regards to access. So, I mean, I think there could be some flexibility at the final site plan, but those other reviewers would also have to be involved in the conversation.
And so also the last question will be 15% of the minimum open space. So would that be non-disturbance open space? It can, or, open space, it's open, but if it's clear cut, it's, to me, it doesn't qualify as an open space in this particular specific location.
So there's not a specifying standard there about what would constitute open space. So it could be clear cut, it could be natural area that's being left undisturbed, and that would be 15% of the entire site area, the 55 acres. So there's not a standard clarifying what that open space would necessarily look like.
That could also be amenity area for the proposed homes.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because 15% of open space, if the trees clear-cutted and then created, amenity, it kind of defeat the purpose of, what's neighboring communities asking. So I do appreciate, additional conversation, and I do appreciate improvement compared to the last straight zoning. But to me, this SP still has more room for improvement. I mean, I did have experience to actually determine a developable area in my, previous life, regulatory SP. So kind of outlining this is a developable area and this is a non-disturbance area. And I think we can do that with SP, with our council members willing. So for that, I do appreciate going into the right direction, but not quite there yet. So as of right now, ambiguity, I am not really comfortable with this language.
Commissioner Haynes?
So I missed the first meeting, but this makes me very proud to be from Goodlettsville and to hear the neighborhood voice their feedback. I think this is a significant improvement. I would encourage you to continue to communicate with your council person as the SP goes through finalization. I think Goodlettsville needs more density. They need more development. They need it done correctly. So keep voicing your concerns. But at this point in time, I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Yes, having been here at the last meeting, I would agree with my fellow commissioners that it has come quite a long way. I think it's a testament to the positive impact of development in certain areas to have catalyzed and energized and mobilized the community to take on some environmental concerns, some historical aspects as well. For me, one of the biggest hangups was really trying to figure out a better way to access. I think there were a lot of comments about the access along Liberty Lane and the impact, and being able to bring People's Court and add that infrastructure really, I think, personally for me, solved a lot. And I think also it improves the further future development of that area. So I'm willing to support it with the conditions as recommended by staff, and I also think with the final SP working through that, I think you'll get a lot more information just as the community follow along with that process, and you'll see a lot more visuals, because I think right now the communities seem to struggle with the ambiguity of what could be there.
Commissioner Lawson.
Well, I wasn't at that meeting, but I still find myself thoroughly good. I didn't want anybody to hear me.
You slap my hand next time.
Yeah, okay. I agree with the staff recommendations, and we will see it again. So we might as well remember what the tweaks are and see if that is met. But I think the development is spot on, and I would put forward the motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, that's a proper motion and second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. One opposed.
And that was with the additional condition.
Yes, I
Thank
forgot
you.
to ask that. Yes, the condition that Logan explained, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, bring back our last commissioner. Okay, Logan, are you back on?
Yes.
Item 47.
Yes, Chair, thank you. My name is Logan Elliott again with Planning, and I'll be presenting item 47 on tonight's agenda. The request is for concept plan approval to create 7 single-family lots. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions. The zoning for this property is R15. The property is a 4-acre vacant parcel that is located on the south side of Old Charlotte Pike and is about half of a mile west of where Old Charlotte intersects Charlotte Pike. Old Charlotte is classified as a collector road in the Major and Collector Street Plan. The site is zoned R15, which permits 1 and 2 family land uses on a minimum lot area of 15,000 square feet. This site generally slopes upwards as you move south to the site, with significant slopes at the southern border of the parcel. The policy here is suburban neighborhood evolving. The conservation policy on the southern portion reflects those steep slopes that exist. The suburban neighborhood evolving policy again aims to create and enhance suburban neighborhoods. This is the last parcel on the southern portion of Old Charlotte Pike that is within the suburban transect. The property that is immediately to the west and immediately across the street is within the T2 rural transect, and these transects have different subdivision regulations, the T2 and T3. This site proposes 7 residential lots with a public street running along the eastern property line, so we are oriented with north being to the left of the screen. Lots 1 through 6 are about 15,000 square feet, with lot 7 being just over an acre. While there are several critical lots here, Only Lot 5 and 6 really have areas of significant slope that alter the building footprint. This comes from the hillside development standards of the zoning code. With Lot 7 being over 1 acre, it's not subject to the hillside development standards, so it doesn't have the same building footprint adjustment requirement that the lots 1 through 6 have. At the June 24th Planning Commission meeting, the commission deferred this case without hearing it for one meeting to allow additional time for community outreach. On July 14th, a neighborhood meeting was held at the Bellevue Community Center. The applicant presented the subdivision and staff was present to provide information on the application and the subdivision process. As a result of the discussions of the meeting, the applicant has proposed these 6 conditions that are shown on the screen here. These were provided after the packet was published last Friday, so that is why they may not appear in the staff reports. The conditions require landscape buffers with evergreens at the entry of the site and along the eastern property boundary to the east of the proposed road. The condition limits maximum building height to 2 stories and with a maximum height of 35 feet. The conditions provide for pervious driveways in front of the houses, a 6-foot fence adjacent to the adjacent property owner's horse grazing areas, and the applicant has removed the duplex lot that was previously included in the application and is opting for all single-family lots here. All these conditions will be reviewed for at the final site plan application. That would be the next step in this in the development process. In staff's review of this application, we find that the plan is consistent with the subdivision regulations and with the intent of the T3 NE policy. The location of the proposed street would allow for potential future connections for the adjacent parcel to the east that is also within the suburban neighborhood evolving policy. Additionally, the plan proposes for the building footprints to be sensitive to the slopes on the site. So staff finds the plan to be consistent with the conservation policy as well. So staff recommends approval of conditions, including the applicant's conditions that were displayed on the screen just now. That completes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Yes. I'm Paul Lebovitz. I'm a landscape architect, and I've been working with the owner, Dr. Bethy, who's seated behind me, since October. Dr. Bethy bought this property within the last 2 years, and he bought it because it was zoned R15, and he understood that it could be subdivided. So it was his intention when we purchased it to subdivide it. The property's about 4 acres, and it is the last R15 lot going west, as our planner pointed out. We didn't ask for any rezoning. We weren't interested in it. He was interested in the R15, which is 15,000 square foot lots. The site has never had a structure on it. It has been clear cut. The trees on there are no bigger than 30 inches in caliper. There's no springs, there's no creeks. The property's dry, it's not in a flood zone. We have been through, at concept stage, we've been through many of the departments with Metro, and we didn't have any arguments with any of them. We don't have a cul-de-sac too long. We have places for drainage. All that's pretty much squared away. As our planner noted, Logan, there'll be single-family lots. Initially, the owner thought about one as a duplex, but he said that's all right. 6 of the lots are critical, and some of those are in little pieces, and then 2, as Logan brought out, are actually fairly difficult to deal with. I don't think the slide, I don't know if we can bring up my slide. I just noticed maybe mine looks better. It's hard to see that one. Well, yeah. Can you hand those out? We're going to give you a handout because some of these don't read so well. The first one, which is the property in the handout, I just wanted to show you, make sure you see the kind of orange and dark pink areas. These are areas we cannot build in because of the slopes. So we are reserving actually on lots 6 and 7. There's quite a bit of wooded areas that will not be touched. We've met with the residents and twice. We had one public meeting just a week or so ago. I had an informal one in a parking lot with about 20 people. We've sent out postcards twice to make sure everybody knew about the project. We've agreed to 6 neighborhood requests, and I've worked closely with Logan and appreciate the things he's told me and clarified on behalf of Metro. What kind of neighborhood comments did we get? They were concerned about cars speeding on Old Charlotte Pike, and we suggested they go to Metro to talk about that, and said they hadn't gotten a good response. Some of them thought there'd be a lot of increased traffic. We only have 7 lots, and for those of you that have been around subdivisions in the last few years, they're not always full of children anymore. It's usually actually people like us, 50, 60, 70 years old. So I don't think we're going to do a lot of trips in and out of this subdivision. And Metro traffic did not mention anything about turn lanes, but we'll probably have a shoulder in front of this, and that's important because coming from the west, it's downhill, and we'll need a turn lane to go in. And we're okay. We think that's probably a good idea. Coming from the east, it's a clear sight distance. The only lot clearing we'll do is where the homes are. Because on the edges of these, there are steep areas we have to stay out of. I'd like to go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to show you that. You did see it earlier about the zoning. Actually, if you look to the east, just about everything is R15 or it's plan unit development. And I think we've gotten a lot of flack because we're the last property before it goes to more rural properties that are larger lots. Next one, please. What I wanted to show you here is I was surprised at the first meeting everybody kept talking about flooding because our property is not in a flood zone and it's high and dry and it's actually going uphill going to the west. So I did pull this map to show you where our site is in relation to the flood zone. What happens is there's a hill to the west of our site, and that's the dividing line for all the drainage. You'll see where there's 2 blue lines that go up and sort of form a Y, and what happens is we are 2,000 feet from where the 2 creeks come together. So our site actually is pretty small compared to this whole land area, but we're not causing any problems on the other side of the hill. One of the things that we agreed to, even though we're not making this contribution to whatever flooding there is on the other side of the hill, is permeable driveways, permeable pavement to reduce the impact of the project. You know, we have to meet Metro standards, but we'll probably beat the standards with the permeable pavement on the driveways. Let's see, what's the next one? I did want to show you an aerial photo, and where I've drawn in the green are there are street trees that are required on each lot under Metro regulations. On the right side of there, with all the circles that you see, is where we'll plant. We hope to plant evergreens. We think that's more useful than the required Metro sidewalk. And we didn't know. I don't know if there's a way to get around the sidewalk ordinance so we can do this tree planting, but that's what we'd rather do. There's no houses on that side where the trees are, and as you can see, our lot doesn't have room for houses on that side. Up at the top by the road, we will have a small detention pond, and we've agreed to add some more evergreens. Detention ponds now have plantings in them, and we're going to put some more evergreens in there. I do note that you can see how much has been cleared around this property, so we're actually adding vegetation back in. Let's see. One of the questions people asked us, well, will there be tall skinnies? That's a bad name that's coming around Nashville, and that's not any part of this project. That was never intended. I think that's all I have to give you. This is a small project. It's been R15 since 1974, and in all that time, it's been through about 4 owners, and Dr. Bethy is the 4th one, maybe the 3rd, and no one's come forward before to question that it's R15. So we're asking that we get the R15, we go ahead with our concept plan and develop our 7 lots here. Open any questions or comments, or I'll take a seat.
We will open this up for public comment, and then you'll have an opportunity for rebuttal, and then the commissioners have more questions.
Okay.
We'll call you up.
I am going to leave something between each 2 of you These were, not only have we met with everybody twice, I fielded a lot of questions, and you're welcome to take a look at the kind of questions that came in. I don't have one for everybody, but I'll let y'all.
I can hand it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Is there anyone here speaking in support of this project?
Hi, I'm Muralidhar Beti. Actually live in Clarksville, but most of my businesses are located in Nashville. That's why we want to move to Nashville. And when I first bought this land, I carefully looked at it, what the zoning is. And it is R15. And also, there is no sewer line close to this place. I had to bring a sewer like about 300 to 400 feet. So I thought if I make a 7 lots, bringing the sewer to this property, it will cost-wise, it justifies. And one of the bigger lot, I'm going to build my own personal home. And I'm going to keep everything in a nice, good-looking subdivision. And all the 1974, we were talking about more than 45 years ago, and now the neighbors are coming that we should not have so many lots on this property. And I bought it knowingly that this is possible. So please help us with that request. Thank you.
Can you please state your address? We had your name in Clarksville, but what's the actual address?
403 Greenwood Avenue.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry.
I know. No lines. Anyone else speaking in support? Okay. Anyone speaking in opposition? Come forward. You'll each have 2 minutes. Please start with your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Davis. I live at 7447 Old Charlotte Pike. I am the horse place next to this development. I'm a native Nashvilleian, so I was born actually there. I've been in Bellevue my whole life. And I bought this place back in 2012, so I've been there 9 years. And I sent a letter to Dr. Bethy when I realized he'd bought it, introducing myself, and I did not get a response. The response I got was that the development was from the developer and this is what's going to happen. So I was a little surprised. And so then I started finding out what was going on, and that's when I found out about this development. And I was one of the few people that had gotten notification that did anything about it, and that's why the neighborhood is here and represented today. So in general, there were a lot of problems, just trying to lack of transparency. There's been resistance to get community engaged. There's been problems with the accommodations, lack of compatibility to the area, and overall stormwater are things that I'm concerned about. The lack of transparency, the conditions that we're given are not things that we can put into writing. We can't prove who's going to live there and what these houses are going to look like. And I don't feel like any of our concerns have really been addressed. The number one concern we had was that there were too many lots on too small of an area. The 1 acre lot that is so much larger doesn't have area that you can build on. The 0.345 lots are the remaining lots, and that's actually smaller than the other areas in the R15 where the average is 0.966. So they're significantly smaller. And all of the places on Charlotte Pike are single-family homes and mainly 1 acre or bigger. And like I said, my land is next to them, and it has the horses, so there is a concern with runoff. That's going to go directly into this property because I do own the hill, and that's the way that the water has run. There are big places of erosion that are on this current property that I would like to see them have dealt with, and the water that way. I do feel like that there will be contaminated water that's down in their holding pond that needs to be dealt with, and they have the risk of having it in their houses as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Others speaking in opposition? And if you guys wouldn't mind moving towards the front or lining up, it'll help us. We have a little ways to go still tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Lowe. I live at 546 Hickory Trail Drive. I know this property well because I have lived in the area since 2006. When I moved to Nashville, I lived less than a mile away from this lot. If you look on the little far right outside the picture, I lived in the townhomes. I used to take my run, turning onto Old Charlotte Pike, where it immediately became rural and winding road, and I'd pass this property. And at the time, I liked living in a subdivision, but I wanted to live in this neighborhood so badly. It was quiet, wide open, lots of trees, and the people often waved at me. even if they thought I was pretty crazy for jogging on Old Charlotte Pike. So when a house came up for sale 4 years ago, my husband and I were not looking, but we jumped at it, and we made it happen, and we now live on 2 acres, which is actually the smallest property in our cul-de-sac, and our neighbors who've lived there for 25 years or more warmly welcomed us newbies into our little slice of heaven. So when I discovered the plans for this subdivision, I personally went door to door, and I asked the neighbors what they thought of 7 homes on a lot about the size of ours, or just a little bit bigger, and of course, nobody was in favor of it. 1 or 2 houses they thought, okay, but why 7 houses facing the side? It seemed kind of out of character for our area. So I asked Mr. Bethy at the community meeting what his plans were for the subdivided lots. And he told us his dream was to build a home for himself and sell the remaining lots, not only to cover the cost of running water to the land, but also to create a community for his retired type colleagues and his friends from the Sri Ganesha Hindu temple. He said the close proximity to the temple is why he chose this land. Now, I have to say, it feels like he wants to build an exclusive community inside our inclusive community. And although it surprised all of us, we do know that it is indeed zoned to allow for this. But I really must implore for you to take into consideration not only the factual concerns that many of my neighbors are going to bring to your attention, but also the nature of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Melissa Hooper Scarborough, and I live at 7474 and 7478 Old Charlotte Pike. It's 2 lots, but I live on 7 acres zoned R81 and R85. My family also owns 20 acres west next across the street that's zoned ARA2, and I'm a Unicorn Nashville native. I feel our neighborhood is also a unicorn because truly you cannot find another area like this. It is rural, nobody lives on an acre or less, and it's the last street going towards Pegram. So it's beautiful. You'll see motorcycles, Sunday drivers all day long. All the homes, I gave y'all photos. You'll see they all face the street. They're all on large lots. They all have 1 driveway. Neighbors have sheep across the street from this site, horses next door. There's donkeys and cattle on my property. It's a rural community. All the properties are either zoned R80, R40, or ARA2. This is the only site on Old Charlotte zoned R15 other than the church. And it was zoned that way 50 years ago when zoning was implemented, and it was owned at that time by the church. So does something zoned 50 years ago and never developed make it right in today? Because we are all still rural. That is the fact. As they've said, 6 lots are critical, so we are all concerned about stormwater. Yes, this is the last site, and then it changes to T2. And if this property was just 150 feet west, we wouldn't even be sitting here. So I'm not asking or suggesting the applicant not be allowed to subdivide, but just a less intense lot size, perhaps with 4 homes and 1 driveway forked out to the homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christina Wright. I live at 3041 Morgan Road. I'm owner of Town and Country Farm and Pet Sitter. We board horses, dogs, and cats on our property. We've been in business 20 years. When the Harpeth Valley water line had to come across the Davis property, they boarded their horses with us for safety reasons. And that is why I'm here today. Because they are the next door property, and their property drains directly into the property in question. And I have pictures of these drainage ditches for y'all to see. Now, Ms. Davis is 6 feet tall, and she's in one of these ditches. They're actually on the property. The horses are above their property. And here's another picture showing it's a little over 2 feet deep. The runoff has to go somewhere. Also, nobody from the Planning Commission has been there, so I brought you pictures. This is looking to the right of the street view of where the street would be. This is looking to the left to the blind hill where they've had lots of wrecks. I took the liberty of looking up the pathogens that are in horse manure because it's going to flow down the hill no matter what into their retaining pond. The example of zoonotic pathogens, that means they affect people, that are found in horse manure are Salmonella, E. coli, Listra, Giardia, and several more I can't even pronounce. I'm worried about the public health that he is putting in danger if he puts this many houses on this property. We are not against one house or even two, but 7 seems excessive. And I worry about the health of the residents that would actually buy these properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Davis. I live at 7447 Old Charlotte Pike. I live next door to the proposed subdivision. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you this evening. On behalf of my wife, our land, and our livestock, I'm against the development of the property. I do think a single-family home would be okay and blend into our already established neighborhood community. I would also like to point out the traffic on Old Charlotte Pike. The day of the last meeting, June 24th, I believe, a young teen driver passed me after I pulled out of my driveway, crossing the double yellow line. No, I did not see him coming up the hill and was almost at my fence, which is like 50 feet from my driveway, when this occurred. I have had a Mustang spin out and almost back into my fence, my mailbox and post taken out. Our neighbor's fence across the street has been hit multiple times. I'm summing up to say I do not believe the proposed area would be safe for new residents to live with multiple people coming and going. My concern is for everybody's safety. People on our road have driven Old Charlotte Pike a lot at any speed they feel comfortable, regardless of the posted limit. People speed over the hill that I live on, barely hitting the brakes anytime to make the last curve of the road before the intersection of River Road, then shortly after Old Hickory Boulevard. This poses a hazard as the new traffic pattern will have to be established and people seem to resist change. This change could cost lives to establish. Lastly, I want to talk about the concern of my horses' safety. The fence we have is designed to keep horses in, but people can easily go between the high tensile wire and enter our property. My concern is people feeding our horses and us not knowing, trying to ride them bareback without permission, with no experience, no supervision, no safety gear. Even with these things, people can still get hurt. These are big animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the commission. Jason Holloman on behalf of the neighbors, 4210 Park Avenue. I have a petition that one of the earlier speakers asked to submit and didn't get a chance. Members of the commission, what I want to highlight for you is that, as was discussed in the opening staff report, this is the last piece of land before you reach the T2 rural maintenance area. And most of the property around this is zoned at a much less dense rate than the R15 that is on this property. In addition, the properties that immediately touch this, the median lot size of those properties is about 4.5 acres. This property before subdivision is less than that. It's just a little over 3 acres. So what's being sought here are lots that barely meet the base zoning. I mean, other than the 1 acre lot, all of the remainder of them are 0.34 acres or roughly 15,000 square feet, which is the minimum lot size available in this area. What my clients believe is appropriate is that this area serve as a transition between the T3 suburban and the T2 rural, and that it be permitted to be subdivided at some level, but that the lot number be significantly less so that it is much more consistent with the surrounding and adjacent density than what's being proposed today. So we appreciate some of the conditions that have been added to screen and buffer, and certainly the reduced reduced height of the homes is important to sort of, create that element that it's not immediately, surrounded by these other properties. But we still believe that a lower density as a transition between the T2 and T3 at this juncture is important. So we ask that you consider that as a condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking in opposition? Come forward.
Yeah, hi. My name's Edward Nelson, and the address is 7560 Old Charlotte Pike. I know that this is the last sort of lot, as they say, zoned for subdivision. What I was looking at is, it came up constantly that it was zoned in 1974, 74, 74, and I know that at some stage, that was 50 years ago, someone did the best sort of thumbsuck that they could where these two areas of rural and urban would meet. Well, 50 years later, as I say, 50 years ago, Nixon was in the White House, and probably in Nashville music lingo, we'd say that the brand new Swedish group ABBA was singing Waterloo, and the Jackson 5 and the Osmond Brothers were battling it out, and, the Carpenters were on the top of the world looking. So people did their best. And what has happened is these boundaries didn't end up where they assumed they would. And yes, no one's saying rezone. That's not what we issue. But what I am saying is that today, we've got to look at the best way to, let's say, improve this lot if it's going to be developed. To me, in 2021, I would say that at best this property should be used in between rural and urban, kind of like a transition, because that's what it is. Maybe 2 or 3 houses in keeping with the existing community that surrounds it. It shouldn't be subdivided down to the maximum lots, and that's what people are saying. Look, 7 lots, you're getting all these other critical lots and things thrown in. And I did originally write 2 things to say, and because a lot of people have mentioned the rest. When my wife and I first moved to Nashville as immigrants, we sort of looked for an area, and we found a property, 7 acres on Old Charlotte Pike, where a gentleman, Sherman Russell, who was actually born in that house in those days, 75, 73 years, so it was a while back. So I'm going to make it quick, that he'd run bluegrass festivals and things on this place, like Woodstock. And today, even, we'll be in our home, people drive up the driveway and they'll say, can we come have our pictures taken? They want to sit on the little white picket fence. And why do they want their photographs taken there? It's to show that they were in Nashville. And we know there is a historic downtown Nashville. But what I'm saying today is there's also a very historic and place that people like to visit with the cows, and that's Nashville, So we don't think this is in keeping. That's all there is. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carson Smart, 7469 Old Charlotte Pike. Thank you for letting us speak in front of you guys this evening. I just wanted to mention that on our community meetings, the gentleman spoke about this process is going to take about 5 years for this amount of homes. As other people have mentioned, this is on a blind curve. I live on the other side of this curve, and about a month and a half ago, we had someone die just up the street from this road. I just want you guys to consider the traffic. There's no turning lane. There's a blind curve. There's a blind hill. You can have things on the book and things on paper, but it doesn't meet reality. If any of you guys, I would invite any of you to come to our neighborhood, check it out with your own eyes, see how beautiful it is. I think you guys would agree that 6 houses or even 7, what's being proposed is just not, it doesn't make sense. Again, we're not totally against the idea. If you want to use 4, have at it. But 6 to 7 is just way too many. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'm Tracy Thurman, 7515 Old Charlotte Pike, and I'm here to read a letter from Steve Hawkins, 6670 River Road Pike. Dear members of the Planning Commission, I apologize I was not able to attend today's meeting in person. As a landowner and resident of the community where this development is planned, I would like to express to you my concerns surrounding the project. First, the density of the development is not at all consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, and consideration should be given to a less dense development. Most all of the homes in this neighborhood sit on lots of 2 acres or more. The community met with the Planning Commission several years ago, and the master plan was amended at that time to exclude dense, clustered developments. This development is very dense, with each structure sitting on less than 0.25 acres after land is set aside for the access road. Second, the architecture of the structures is inconsistent with the other homes in the neighborhood and inconsistent with the current environment. Tall houses with a narrow base are not consistent with homes in the area. 3, consideration should be given to maintaining the rural atmosphere of this neighborhood. Several farms are adjacent to this area with horses and cattle. Once a development of this density is allowed to be built, the first domino falls, and more are sure to follow unless due consideration is given to the preservation of this neighborhood by assuring development is consistent with the atmosphere of the neighborhood. Lastly, the infrastructure in this neighborhood is not adequate for development of this density. This development should not proceed as it has the propensity to lead to similar projects in this area that will easily overwhelm the infrastructure. In summary, I'm not opposed to this property developing. I only ask the Planning Commission to halt this project and ask the owners and developers of this property to consider these concerns and revise their proposal accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking in opposition?
Good evening. It's getting late, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've been here a while. My name is Michelle Beatty-Aiken. I live at 6916 Gower Road, which is just over the hill from this property. I've been there since 1984. I just wanted to reiterate everything that my neighbors have said. It's a little piece of heaven in a place that's developing way too fast. And I commend you for the charge that you have of looking at a city that everyone loves and trying to make decisions with development. It's not easy. And we're not against development in the neighborhood at all. As my neighbors have said, 2 to 3 houses. But putting 7 houses on a little piece of land like this in an area that is still very rural and where most places have 2 to 3 to 4 acres is just not harmonious with the area nor consistent with the area. And we just plead for you guys to take a look at this. And as a young gentleman said, come out, drive the road, take a look at what we have out there. Thank you very much for considering all of our suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh.
Good evening. My name is James Bird. I live at 542 Hickory Trail Drive. We are in the Centenary community, and it is a beautiful community. Small roads, not wide. Old Charlotte Pike is Old Charlotte Pike. The bridges, the people, the construction that's going to go on building these houses will once again tear up our roads. We don't like it. We don't want it. And we would appreciate it if you would not pass it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Brazel, and I live at 550 Hickory Trail Drive. I've been there 28 years, and I just want to say that I agree with all the previous speakers and that I strongly oppose this development. Thank you.
My name is Jim Brazel, 550 Hickory Trail Drive. Old Charlotte Pike gets its namesake because it is old and narrow, and the entrance to this development is not, it's at the top of a rise, short-sighted distance, and there's reasons why there's not development with this much density on Old Charlotte. From Old Hickory Boulevard to McCrory Lane, there's not a lot of development because of the density, and it's just because Old Charlotte Pike cannot handle a lot of traffic like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking in opposition? Going once? Okay.
Hi, my name is Joshua Chapman. I live at 5106 Illinois Avenue, which is not in the neighborhood, but I have family in the neighborhood, which I'm representing, and I spend a lot of time there. Most of what I was going to say has been said, so I won't waste a lot of time, other than to just reinstate worries about drainage and the argument about older people living in developments. There's no way, unless you already know who you're going to sell to, there's no way that you can make an argument like that. Other than that, I would just say that it's been pretty clear that the community is against this, and I would just ask everybody here that's against it to stand up so we can see the support against it. And that's basically it. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition? If not, I will give the developer or the applicant 2 minutes for rebuttal.
All right. Thank you. I was surprised to hear at the beginning that what Rachel said there was a lack of transparency. She's gotten 2 postcards and she's been at both meetings. She has my phone number. This is the first time we talk about transparency I've heard anybody say it should be 4 lots instead of 7. It was not discussed at our meeting the other night. R15 is still relevant. It's been that way 45 years, and all of this could have been changed by the last 3 owners or by the neighbors until we decided to show up. I was also surprised that the horse farm next door started talking about the pathogens that come off of their hill. Everybody knows in Metro, you can't dump stuff in the sewers, you can't dump stuff in the streams, and I can't believe they walked up here to admit they have a public health hazard. We were aware of the speeding, and I've told you about that earlier. We'll work with traffic and parking if there needs to be a turn lane or there needs to be some signage that's put up. The attorney who came up here in the suit said it barely meets base zoning. Guess what? It meets it. That's all there is to it. It is R15. This area is beautiful. I do want you to take a look at this picture or what I've put on your desk. This thing runs perpendicular to the road, and actually our second lot, the house there, will sit behind your first speaker's house who faces the road. Our second house will be about 100 feet from the road, and people won't really notice there's 7 lots there. There seems to be an idea that that's a issue. One of the last speakers talked about the letter that was read about tall with narrow base. These are not tall skinnies, and the lots are not intended for tall skinnies. There'll be normal homes, and the owner is going to provide sewer to this project. Water's already there, and he'll provide all the proper infrastructure for drainage. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Commissioner Johnson, can I start with you?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, giving me a pleasure starting with. So full disclosure, because I live close to this neighborhood, so I actually visited the site. So my intention was to park my car front of this property. Unfortunately, there was no place for my car to park because this is a literally 2-lane country road and no shoulder. So I had to pass this property and go about a couple of miles and then try to find some safe place to turn around and then come back, and I parked my car at the church parking lot and then walked up. And so if you see the map, oh, I don't see the map. Can you pull up the larger map? It says Old Charlotte. Yes, that one. So if you see the picture, Old Charlotte, between the letter, like a C, between the start of the C, it looks like just a little bin, just a little curve. But if you literally drive, you really cannot see the car coming from the hill because that much gap. So that is really concerning. So since this is a subdivision regulation, we have to follow those regulations. So if you are really just looking at that one parcel, since it is neighborhood evolving, so I know it would check every single box. It's like, yes, it's a neighborhood evolving. Yes, it's meet base zoning. Yes, each 7 lot meet minimum square footage. So it seems like it just passed everything. However, if you see the bigger picture, our intent, community character manual, you look around everything, it's T2 RM. So it's T2. So I don't think our intent was to mix, those rural maintenance neighborhood area right next to evolving, that is bring higher density urban, especially side by side. Adjacent. I don't think it's our intent even in our subdivision regulation. So we as a commissioner were able to look at not only one parcel, but larger picture looking at community character manual. Is that our intent? So for that, creating subdivision regulation and looking at is this the meet up with our intent to create subdivision, I do not think it meets our intent. So another concern I have is there are 7 lots. And I think applicant says their intent is leave lot 6 and 7, which is very steep lot, untouched. But nonetheless, it's created 7 lots. So if the lot is created for 7, even though intention as of right now might be untouched, but legally they can they can bring the house. So I'm not comfortable allowing those 7 lots to allowing potentially bring the house on the top of the hill. And another thing I noticed was each lot is front to back. In the picture you don't see because just a line, but each lot, front of the lot and back of the lot, have 10-foot difference. Of course, we do know really great developer, it's easy to put the driveway probably, but each house has 10-foot difference within the parcel. I'm really concerned about water runoff in each lot. So there are so many health hazards, so I am not really comfortable recommending as it presented, so that's where I am.
I was actually going to ask our council. I should have started with that, but just a quick refresher for us on what we're looking at with this case, given it's a concept plan, just to level set expectations again.
Sure. Yes, the subdivision regulations are regulations that this body adopts. This body adopts the policies and that apply to the parcels around Davidson County and the neighborhoods. And so, of course, it is the legal department's recommendation that you follow your policies, and you have to follow the zoning that council has adopted, of course, too. If you have a specific reason that this does not meet the subdivision regulations, and the courts have said that could include the general plan. If you have a specific reason, then you can not approve it. But if you are looking at just the general harmoniousness or something very vague like that it just doesn't feel right, it is not our recommendation that you follow those, and it's unlikely that a court will agree with with that kind of determination. They're looking for specific criteria so a developer is on notice of what do they have to do, and then applying that law. So I hope that is a little bit helpful.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you. Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. I, like Mina, live out this way and grew up in West Nashville. So to my other unicorns, welcome. And in fact, grew up driving River Road in Old Charlotte for a variety of different reasons, and have a friend that lived out there. So I know this road very well recently. And it shocks me every time I come down Charlotte Pike and to the Old Hickory intersection and see the density that is there. Now I get it, we're just right by the interstate there, but it still like blows my mind, even though these homes that you see between Sawyer Brown Road and Old Hickory Boulevard, and I turned the wrong way recently and had to turn around all in there, and it still shocks me. It's been there for a while, but it's a very dense area and something that has always been rural. And when you drive Old Charlotte and you drive River Road, there are two things that my father always told me was you have to pay attention on them because they are narrow, they're twisting, they're curving, and they don't have shoulders. In fact, he really wanted to buy a house on River Road and said we couldn't have parties there because he was worried about the liability of people driving home afterwards. And so it really concerns me, the traffic part of this. I'm very concerned about the public safety issue of adding these homes here because it's not like you can the driveway that is proposed, I don't feel like that could give you a good sight line. I don't know if that can be redone because looking at the terrain aspect of Google Maps, this does look like it goes pretty steep up, kind of like they're almost in a valley for lack of knowing the technical terms. I really hate when we figure out lot compatibility based on the new road because this is really coming off of Old Charlotte Pike. Y'all have heard me argue that in my council role when I'm before you, and it still bugs me. Let me clarify. So on the map with the yellow and the orange and red, they can only build in the yellow, is that correct?
So, yes, and I did one other point. So this is neighborhood evolving, so lot compatibility does not apply to neighborhood evolving areas.
But I still like
I'm sorry, that's only neighborhood maintenance. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I want it to apply everywhere.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. So I did want to point out, and let me go up here to.
Because my concern with asking about if they can only build in the yellow, lot 7, which we know will probably be developed at some point to pay for the infrastructure here, that's a teeny tiny, I mean, if it's not meant to be built on, then don't make it a lot. If you can't build on it, don't make it a lot.
So the standards, so lot 1 is a critical lot, but only because of this very small area of red at the very rear of the lot. And so any sort of touch of slope is going to make something a critical lot, although it may not, for all intents and purposes, be a critical lot. So that one has a very small area of slope, as does lot 3 and 4. So lot 5 has this area of slope, but there's sufficient building envelope, as is lot 6. Lot 7, because it's over an acre, is not actually held to the standards of the hillside development standards of the zoning code because it's over an acre, that they would have to set aside a building envelope. Staff does find that there is still adequate area to build a house in that lot, but it is different when something's over an acre.
I also think, the comment that was made by the applicant that this is high and dry, I think the pictures show and Google terrain show that this is a valley. And if nothing's been built there, then of course you don't know whether it floods or not. And heck, I think these days there is no dry place in Nashville. Everywhere's going to get water. So I have concerns about that as well, and whether you can really lessen the impact or keep the impact on this property. And so also the trees, I think the applicant, said there were 3-inch caliper trees only on there, and that does not appear to be the 30-inch.
It's been clear cut once, So there's
that just
absolutely huge trees there.
Yeah, that just doesn't jive with the Google Maps or Parcel Viewer in any way whatsoever. And so really, I think that this needs to be relooked in a different manner because of primarily the public safety issue of access. I don't think that this can get us there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tibbs.
I appreciate Commissioner Johnson and Councilman Murphy for their being there and actually having more experience with the actual site. Since I'm actually, I appreciate legal's kind of setting the base for us. So while they were talking, I went back through trying to go through the actual subdivision requirements. I too like the harmonious development part, but and you know, so from a just a general feeling of what this development will be, it does not seem, it doesn't feel appropriate, but I know that's not necessarily what is it? Not defensible, but enforceable. Yeah, not very specific. So I really, it's based on the direct criteria, you know, as Commissioner Johnson said, is really us check the box of what a subdivision would be. I do feel like it's the lots are, it should be probably, if we're going to do it like this, it should be 4 total probably, and that would help the, you know, I can't say the harmonious, but it will help that, you know, what the actual would be in that, on that road. I too have driven down that road, but not as much as they have, and I didn't, you know, it is a tight road. But I will say I can't come up with a really strong case against the specifics, and definitely not any more than what they could. So I'll continue just to listen to my other commissioners.
Commissioner Blackshear.
I'd also like to thank legal. It's so hard when we get these subdivision regulations, and we need to be reminded of the analysis every single time. So I appreciate you doing that for us today. To me, I hear everything that everyone's saying. I probably would err on the side of what staff is saying, that it does meet the requirements of the regulations. There obviously are some public safety concerns, the blind curve being probably the most apparent. And I know we've talked about that a little bit, but can you talk more about the way that that would be remedied if these lots were subdivided, or this lot was subdivided?
So, yes, if you will note in your staff report that traffic and parking has included a condition that adequate intersection site distance per the requirements of AASHTO be indicated at the new access point. So they would have to provide site distance data with the final plans.
So that, I mean, that's helpful. One thing that the applicant mentioned, obviously the landscape buffering is meant to obfuscate the lots and make it better visually for the neighbors and whoever's passing by. And you talked a little bit about the sidewalk requirements versus the tree planting. Can someone from staff talk about that?
Certainly. So our regulations require sidewalks on both sides of a street. However, understanding that the neighbors had some concerns and about additional landscaping, we, planning staff, discussed the issue with NDOT and determined that given that there are houses only on one side of the road, that a subdivision along just the westernmost side of the road would be appropriate, and then that extra area of right-of-way on the eastern side could be utilized for landscaping.
That's helpful. It's never fun when something is built next to your house. I have a new subdivision that's going in near my subdivision, and I don't like it, but that's what the zoning called for and allowed, and it was subdivided. And so I want to make sure that we're respectful of the subdivision regulations, even if we don't like the result that it entails. Obviously, the blind curve, I mean, that's something that has to be fixed, and there looks like there's a fix for that. And then I think the the planting in lieu of the sidewalks is also something that's very helpful, and hopefully to the extent that this actually happens, which obviously is still up for debate, would be something that's aesthetically pleasing for the area.
Commissioner Lawson?
There's not much I can add to that conversation. I'm just going to listen a little bit longer.
All right. Commissioner Henley?
Well, I'll be candid, which is probably something I'll get known for after a while. But when I saw this, I knew I liked it a little bit, which means that a lot of people weren't going to like it. And so I prepared myself. But, you know, a couple of things that I think really stood out to me that I think are opportunities to remedy some of the concerns have already been shown or displayed or discussed, which are safety concerns, which again, you know, I hate to be in a position to penalize a potential development for a lack of safety and public safety over decades, which is what it sounds like I've heard up here, is that this has been unsafe for years. The other thing is that the opportunity to substitute a sidewalk for what will hopefully be considered a very appealing buffer system. I think, you know, the narrowness compared to the other sites, you know, allows this to be something that's passed very quickly, particularly if you're in a vehicle. And so hopefully it doesn't seem too harsh or disruptive. But again, I'm learning that, you know, our comments and our votes, I guess, should be within what our authority is. And so, you know, going through here, not seeing anything that's against any of the subdivision regulations, I thought it was a creative use of a site with the base zoning and our regulations. Understand that's not something that the community seems to be, or at least the representation of the community here seems to be in large favor of. But if the applicant was sincere in what he said, it seems like there were a lot of things that were already adjusted in their base plan to be considerate of a few things. So I think that efforts being made to both fulfill the mission and the goal of the applicant, as well as hear the feedback and be responsive of the community, has been attempted to find some balance to be struck with an economic component factored in there. So I'm comfortable saying that I support it based on the presentation and understanding of what our authorities are.
Commissioner Haynes?
So I don't like going first or last. I think Council Lady Murphy hit upon a key point, and that's the public safety. And even with the improvements made to rectify the blind curve with no shoulder on the road, I can't get comfortable with the public safety aspect of this subdivision plan. And I hate to vote against staff, but at this point in time, I cannot support staff's recommendation.
Councilor Murphy.
Motion to disapprove the concept plan based on public safety reasons.
Second.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we need a little bit more? I mean, I think we've identified the blind curve as the primary, but do you want more detail? Does she need more detail?
You want me to say less?
Or does she have to tie it?
I won't tell you what to do, but when I heard you talk about Sorry, I was going to say I'm not going to tell you what to do, but when I heard you talking about safety, I understood you to be talking about the blind curve and the narrowness of the road with no shoulders. I don't know if that's correct or not.
And I can further expand on that. It's the ingress and egress of this site for 7 homes. Does that help? To say that's the public safety concern, is the ingress and egress of this many lots along with the conditions of the road. Is that... can I have a gold star for that one, or I want to make sure I'm saying it enough, or whatever you need.
Well, that's not what I need. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Are you saying the traffic from the number of people that will be coming in is your concern?
That in addition to the road.
In addition,
so the blind curve, no shoulder, and then the ingress and egress of this many additional trips.
I see.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Just for clarification, just to I'm not comfortable either way yet, but the applicant had mentioned potentially configuring the control of the parcel that they have for a shoulder for those entering. Is that something that I heard correctly or incorrectly? Are we able to address the applicant any further? I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if it's better to pose it to staff. But was that something that was mentioned and considered was a shoulder, particularly for the entry onto this site? And I would ask staff, I mean, does that seem possible based on the land area? And because it seems like that area right now is currently earmarked for stormwater treatment and detention. I'm sure you could reconfigure a site, but based on what subdivision regulations would require at this point,
So
would that need to be shown?
we do have someone here from NDOT, and John may be able to speak better about what the transition of the new road into Old Charlotte would look like. Hi, there's John.
Hi, John Bogosian, Nashville Department of Transportation. So the question was, is there appropriate roadway?
Is there an appropriate land area and just in terms of dimensional geography or geometry in terms of turning off of the newly created road for what would be considered a shoulder into a smaller subdivision?
So there are federal guidelines that provide guidance on appropriate tapers. If we want to consider turn lanes or shoulders and those sorts of things, that we would have to analyze speed, potential volume of the roadway, those sorts of things. I think that would require additional engineering assessment by the applicant to make that determination.
Thanks for providing that information. I do appreciate it.
So we have a motion and a second. Are there other questions? And I don't know if it's...
I have to ask. So, because I just want to make sure that we're meeting the subdivision. Which bullet is this one that we're hitting on with the safety? I don't disagree with it at all, but I don't want it to. I want to make sure that per what our legal said that we're giving the developer something specific.
It's just an overall rule that anything we do, right, has to be in accordance with public safety. I mean, is that kind of...
So, yeah, I would need clarification on what section of the subdivision regulations you're saying it's not consistent with. I mean, I guess that's, I can't point to a certain section at this point. And I'll defer to legal on how much detail you need to provide, but I haven't identified what part of the subdivision regulations you're referring to at this point. And I mean, there may be an option if the developer, the applicant wants to defer to look into the street issues. That could be an option to specifically look at the ingress and egress location of the road.
Would you like, I would think that I would probably cite 3.9, 3.10. Well, that's warning signs for public streets, but there would probably need to be signs for blind driveway, potentially.
You already had a notice in there that we had to go through traffic and parking to take care of this kind of thing.
This is a concept plan.
Right.
There'll probably be other things that need to happen. So traffic and parking does have some things here, but it is adequate intersection site distance per AASHTO is required at the new access point. Provide filed run site distance data with final plans. We don't have that yet, and I think it's hard to make the decision, even though this is the concept plan and that's to be at the final plan. Without that information, I don't think that we can make an approval without knowing that this is a safe intersection. And while it normally is required at final, we don't have that data here today, and I'm not comfortable making an approval of this without that data when we know that there have been accidents by the neighbors have cited traffic issues, and I don't want a car wreck on our hands.
Okay. Can you state that in the form of a motion?
I'll further amend my motion. I'll further amend my motion citing that I don't feel that we adequately are meeting 3.9, 3.10, and without the adequate intersection site distances per AASHTO that is required at final. I feel that we need that information now before we can make. So without that information, I move for disapproval.
So is that a disapproval or a deferral for them to get more information?
My original motion was for disapproval, so I just amended it further for that. And so unless the body wants to, disapproval doesn't mean they can't come back.
I was going to propose that we take a case out of order because of some potential quorum issues and because we are going to lose one of our commissioners that has to. One's trying to escape. I think he can escape, but we have, and one that is recused. So I was hoping we could hear number 50 first and then go back to number 48 so that Commissioner Blackshear, since Commissioner Blackshear is recused on that one. Then I think it's okay for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Is that, what do I have to do that, to move the order? Do I need approval from my?
I think you can just take item number 50.
Okay. Yeah. So can we do number 50 and then we'll go back to number 48?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Logan Elliott with the Planning Department. I'll be presenting item 50 on tonight's agenda. The request is to rezone from R10 to office limited zoning. Staff's recommendation is to approve. The approximately 1.73 acre site is located on the south side of Murfreesboro Pike near the intersection with Old Murfreesboro Pike. The Murfreesboro Pike is classified as an arterial boulevard in this portion of the roadway. Site's vacant and it's surrounded by other commercial uses on the pike with single-family lots to the rear of the site. The policy here is district office with conservation policy as well. The office concentration policy is intended to create districts where office use is the predominant land use. The proposed zoning district is consistent with the intent of the office concentration policy to create and enhance districts with office use as the predominant land use. The scale and intensity of development that's permitted by the office limited zoning district is consistent with the intent of the district office concentration policy. There's also very limited areas of slope on the property, and this is recognized with conservation policy, and there's sufficient and significant area outside of this sloped area for development. Therefore, in addition, the site would be subject to the Murfreesboro Pike at Una Antioch UDO at time of building permit submittal, or actually they would require a final site plan for that UDO, so they would be held to those UDO standards at time of development. Staff finds the proposed zoning district to be consistent with the district office concentration policy as well as the conservation policy, and staff recommends approval of the application. In addition, earlier this week, the district council member reached out and requested to convert this application to a regulatory SP that would restrict the zoning of the property to match the plans that had been presented to the community. The timing of this request did not accommodate the conversion of the application in advance of tonight's meeting. Staff has confirmed with the applicant and with the council member that we are all willing to work together to draft a regulatory SP document that would be substituted at the council level. The plans that the applicant has presented are generally consistent with the office limited zoning district. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the OL request tonight with the understanding that we're willing to work with the applicant and council member to get a regulatory SP drafted at the council level. That completes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Please come forward. We'll open up the public hearing. You'll have 10 minutes and can reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. My name is Philip Neal. I'm at 915 Timberside Drive, and I thought I was going to win the prize for going last tonight, but I'm okay with not winning that one. Don't have a lot to talk about here. It's pretty straightforward rezoning, and we've been in communication with the councilwoman who has also been in communication with the community, which is why I don't think we have any folks in opposition here tonight. But sure we do. Okay, good. Wasn't aware. So I'll reserve time. Wasn't prepared for that, so I'll reserve time to answer any questions or comments. Thanks.
Anyone speaking in support? Nope. Anyone speaking in opposition? Please come forward, and you'll have 2 minutes and state your name and address.
This has been my name is Robert Bryson. I'm at 310 Ladybird Drive. I have had a ringside seat for the last 5 hours of how you guys operate. I actually had a bunch of people that came here to listen to this and to voice their opposition, and we were here so long they all went home. Couldn't believe that. I've also never seen a tract of land that actually would cut into a subdivision like that. Really what we were looking for was to get a little bit more input of what was going to be in our backyard, so to speak. When they talk about office general and high intensity, I'm like, okay, so we're going to bulldoze the entire entire wooded section, and we're just going to put down a parking lot in an office building? It's bad enough with the airport there, but to take the buffer zone of the woods out altogether, that combined with Murfreesboro Road, that little tranquil cul-de-sac community is going to be very loud, and there's even discussion that that cul-de-sac may be eventually knocked through as a I think you guys call it a point of access into the subdivision from Murfreesboro Road. Not anything I signed up for years ago when I bought the house. I would love to see some further discussion and plans before we actually say, hey, let's approve this hands down. Let's take it from residential to commercial in a snap of a finger. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition? If not, you can have 2 minutes for rebuttal and maybe to address the questions.
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, I apologize for being presumptuous that we didn't have anybody here in opposition. I'm glad you came. This is genuinely the first time I've heard of any specific opposition to this request. And in full disclosure, I haven't had direct communication with the councilwoman or anybody in the community, but I've heard that those conversations have happened. And whereas this was originally requested to be a straight rezoning, we did prepare a plan to show what we were really attempting to accomplish here. And that plan was presented to folks in the community. I don't know exactly who, but it was presented, and we were told that that plan was generally approvable or consistent, like Mr. Elliott said. And so that is why the councilwoman has asked that we transition this to an SP where we can have a little bit more control over exactly what happens here. So the request is not a straight rezoning that permits all uses with no conditions. It's actually intended to put in exactly what buffers we would have and how deep they are. And that plan, which I do not have to share tonight, does propose the type C, the largest buffer that's in the zoning code generally, around the entire perimeter of the site, including some fences as well. And I think that's all the detail I can really share. Again, I appreciate that folks are coming out to speak about what they want to happen in their community. So hopefully with the councilwoman's assistance, we can formulate that SP to meet the desires of the community.
Thank you. With that, I guess the council lady's not here. I will close the public hearing, and Commissioner Lawson, would you like to get us started?
This request is being modified to SP.
Correct. To a regulatory SP.
During the council process.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was that was sort of the extra language that Logan had read, was that our understanding is that the council member is continuing to work with the developer to convert it to an SP once it's past this step. And it would be an SP that's more restrictive than what you all were saying, so it will not have to be re-referred to you all. So in other words, it will tighten up the restrictions more than what's permitted under the zoning that they've requested.
I don't know if that's in the best interest of the applicant for that to occur, and particularly outside of our realm. I want to listen to some more of the argument. I'm concerned about that process. And at this juncture, I would support the staff recommendation, but I want to listen to some more discussion.
Commissioner Henley?
For me, I mean, it posed a bit of a question, not particular to the site itself or the staff recommendation, but just what our recommendation, how it carries to the next level, right? If we're if we all say we approve, but then it's modified, how would that even be read at the council level? I know that can be determined.
Certainly.
Later.
So there's actually a specific council rule that speaks to this, and it essentially says that if an item is converted to an SP at council and the SP is equally restrictive as the recommendation that you all made, then it does not have to be re-referred back to you all. So essentially what happens is you all are reviewing requests for a straight zone change. Any SP that is drafted would be more restrictive than what you all are reviewing. So in other words, it would specifically show buffers, it would indicate more restrictive uses, and so your recommendation would stand as an approval, because anything that would happen at council would be more restrictive than what you're all looking at.
So with that, we essentially just forego opinion based on what those specific recommendations or restrictions would be. That's essentially it.
I mean, you all would not be reviewing, that's right, you all would not be reviewing the regulatory standards. I mean, staff has evaluated this based on the existing policy, which is district office concentration, and the requested zoning is certainly within the realm of what's appropriate within district office concentration. Mm-hmm. And additionally, it's within an urban design overlay, meaning that there are already design standards that are attached to it. And additionally, the existing zoning, which is residential, is actually inconsistent with the policy. Mm-hmm. And so staff has basically said it would be fine as is, but if it's more restrictive, then that's also okay.
I think you addressed what was going to be my second question, which was why isn't it staff recommendation approved with restrictions? Because we have the knowledge that they are there and out there and being discussed. But to your point, it already seems as though staff would recommend that without any of those. I'll pass the mic. Thank you.
Commissioner Haynes?
So, Logan, remind me of the process the applicant has gone through. Have they had neighborhood meetings? Did we send out notices? And if so, why didn't this gentleman get one?
They have sent out notices. That's a requirement of the rezoning process. I would need to look through our files to see the addresses that were noticed, but if he's abutting the site, then he would have gotten a notice from the addresses that we provide to the applicant. The process that they've gone through, there's not a community meeting that's required. I understand from the council member that there has been a community meeting that this has been discussed at. We did hear from the applicant today that maybe they were not privy to this meeting, so maybe the applicant can speak to the process that they've gone through, because we've basically gotten some conflicting information or not clear information. But there's not a meeting that's required, so they have noticed based on the addresses that we've provided. But maybe the applicant can speak to the meetings that have been held.
Applicant, can you speak to that process?
Vaguely. So I'll mention that from the beginning, we were straightforward with the councilwoman on what our real intention was with this particular piece of property. And because of that, she wanted to see a plan, which we completely understood. So we prepared the plan. And then we were told that she was meeting with the community. They had a few concerns, and so we updated the plan to meet those concerns. And then we got word that they were addressed, which is why I was here today confidently. So, again, wasn't present at that meeting, but I did hear that a meeting of sorts occurred.
So, Lisa, is there any time constraints with this case at the council level, or if we were to defer this one meeting to encourage another public meeting with the council person and with the neighbors who clearly may not have gotten notice? Is that possible given the timeline?
I'm checking the notices as well now, and the adjacent properties were on the notice list, and additional properties as well. There is not a timing issue. There is no filed bill. I know that this was on I think maybe 3 meetings previous, and the council member had asked for deferral so that she could hold some public meetings, which I understand have happened.
Okay, I will listen to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. I understand, the policy-wise, this zone change makes sense. However, hearing from the public, and I do understand the intention of the council member, but we do not have those plan SP. So my preference is to, if there's no time restriction, encourage a council member and applicant to bring us back SP, regulatory or preliminary, whatever the case might be, so we can properly gauge the neighbors' concerns addressed. I mean, OL, I understand, but it's a really strange property and abuts to that existing neighborhood, residential, housing. So of course we have to have adequate buffer and protection and so forth. So I'm not comfortable recommending as of right now. So my recommendation is to defer and bring back SP regulation or preliminary. That would be my preference.
Councilor Murphy?
Thank you. I do think it's odd that there was some sort of community meeting that the developer doesn't sound like you had the opportunity to explain your plan. Sounds like, did you go to a community meeting? No. So I think Commissioner Haynes and Ms. Milligan you were asking about notices of the community meeting. They were giving you notices of this meeting in process. I feel that given a straight rezone here with the UDO over it, I would think that would be fine. But I think the fact that you don't know what plan was, if what of your plan was presented at a meeting that you weren't present at. You don't know what was presented because you didn't know of the community meeting. I think this needs to be deferred so they can all get on the same page, because once it leaves us here, now I'll still be there, right? But I don't want that on my shoulders. I think that y'all need to give feedback on it based on everybody making sure they're talking about the same plan, looking about the same plan, and y'all are comfortable with the same plan. I'm fine with it being with the UDO and the straight zone change, but who knows what goes into the regulatory SP after it leaves here. So I think consistently we've deferred these. I think we need to defer it.
That's sort of how we looked at it. It had a UDO, and the UDO already has design guidelines in there, and the office zoning is sort of a transitional zoning, a low-intensity transitional zoning along a major corridor. So we felt like it was okay to have it an SP filed at council to be more restrictive. So that was our position. But I understand.
I don't think we don't know if it needs to be more restrictive based on the neighbors don't know what they want, and there is a required landscape buffer based on the intensity change. And the UDO takes care of a lot of the design things. So I think that the community and the developer needs to have a community meeting so they all are on the same page. So we don't know what the unknown is after this. So,
Commissioner Blackshire?
I totally agree with Council Lady Murphy and the other commissioners that preceded me. I do think that staff's recommendation is probably appropriate, but we do like to hear robust comments from interested neighbors, because it just makes the plan better always. And it sounds like the council lady has done that, but maybe there are some folks that were left out of that conversation that should be included. So I would be in favor of a deferral, particularly because there's no time restrictions at the council level. So I can go ahead and make a motion. So I move that we defer this item. I suppose, would one meeting be sufficient for that? Okay, so I move that we defer this item for one meeting.
Second.
With the one meeting being, the next meeting is August 26th. So it's 4 weeks or whatever that is. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we're on to our last item. Item 48.
Madam Chair, can I make a request that we defer this for 2 meetings?
Request that you defer this for 2 meetings?
Correct.
Yes, I believe you can. Any?
So I'll get you home early.
Just a second.
And waive the 60
Mr. Murphy, will you confirm that you're waiving the 60-day
and waive the 60
requirement?
days. Yes, ma'am. I will absolutely confirm that.
Okay, well then. Any discussion? Anyone want to stay longer?
Can you please
And
just
again-
note for the record that would be to the September 9th meeting?
That's correct. I was going
Okay.
to say that too.
So we
September
are-
9th.
Purpose or anything, or is it just they're late?
People having to leave.
I have swim class in the morning. I'm not getting
Thank you.
Okay, we will, we have a motion to defer this till September 9th.
We have 60 days.
With,
With the 60-day waiver, yes, that's correct.
yes, okay, thank you.
We're not trying to play any games here.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Give people a moment to empty out. Okay, If you guys, we are going to just wrap up. I'm sorry for the last late change of plans for everybody who has been here all night. I know that's hard. Okay, so we are on to our other business, I think. Yeah. So, historic. Mina.
No report at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
I did want to add that the Historic Zoning Commission recommended deferral to their August meeting regarding the 2nd Avenue demolition permit for 4 properties. That's to allow for more study of some of the engineering reports. So I just wanted to mention that at this point.
Yes, thank you.
Parks.
Does that come to us after them or anything?
I don't believe so. I'm just sort of giving an update. So. Right. No. I don't believe it comes to the. I'm just letting everyone know that's where it is in the process.
Couple things from Parks. The Centennial Phase 2 work has been done, and they have reopened it all to the west. So it looks fabulous. Secondly, we have finally heard the renaming of Hadley Park and have passed it being named Hadley Lillard Park. So it now goes to state historical for that debate. So who knows?
Okay, thank you. Executive committee report, do we have?
I don't have anything at this point to add.
Okay, we do have, I guess we all saw that we have a work session in late August on the East Bank redevelopment plan. But I think that's after our next meeting. Except the director's report, I think that's it. I think, oh, legislative update, sorry.
I want to tell y'all that we must be doing a good job here because usually, and Lisa can attest to, the public hearing in July is usually like an all-nighter because we don't have public hearing on zoning issues in June because of the budget, right? So we must be doing a lot of good work here. The staff is doing a lot of good work, working out things. There was like literally no fights, no talks, like very little public input, good and bad. But I think that means that something's going right with the staff because issues are getting worked out and we're not having to battle it out on the council floor. The policy issues are carrying, and I think that's important to give staff kudos because if things aren't worked out there, they're worked out on the council floor. And we got out at before midnight, but we got out like before 10. So I just wanted to kind of kudos to the staff for because we were all dreading over 31 cases, I think, were on public hearing. So we'll keep doing late nights. They'll keep doing late nights so the council doesn't. But we appreciate that a lot. So I wanted to pass that on from my committee.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And yes, thank you to our staff through this crazy time. With that, does anyone want to make a motion that we adjourn? All right.
So quick question for Logan. Is this really a peace symbol in this field?
You can tell this is a nice, peaceful neighborhood.
I want to know
It's been there for a while. There's other pictures online that are.
If you go to Google Earth and you can do historical, and you'll see it actually used to be a lot clearer. So if you go to Google Earth, you can go back and see the peace sign.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.